All right, public comment will be allowed and limited to the items on the agenda. Public comment will only occur during the public comment portions of the meeting and is done via raising your hand remotely or in person. During public comment, once acknowledged, please state your name and ward so that it can be included in the minutes, and please limit your time to 3 minutes. Are there any additions or deletions from the agenda?
There's not.
Okay. And public comment will ensue right now per policy BEDH. Is there any public comment in the room? No. Is there any public comment online?
If you are online and would like to speak in public comment, please raise your hand. There's no public comment online.
Okay. We'll return to public comment at the end of the meeting. Just for information, we will have to take a short break sometime after 10 a.m. for a quick non-public, just to let everyone know that we're going to be doing that. I'll announce it when it's going to happen, but I don't know the exact time yet, so it just depends on how things go. So we need to approve the public and non-public minutes from November 13th.
Make a motion to approve the public and non-public minutes from November 13th, 2024.
Okay, motion by MJ, seconded by Mary. Are there any additions, corrections? No? Okay. All those in favor? Vote is unanimous. Thank you. Okay. All right, and we've got a little bit of old business to take care of. We need some action on second readings.
Can I make a motion to adopt the policies listed under old business 6A through M?
I will second.
Okay, a motion by Wendy, seconded by Tia. Does anyone have any additional comments on these policies? Okay, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Okay. It's going to move us on to the budget discussion, and we'll start with the presentation from the superintendent.
Sure. I am just looking for Tyler, who is going to,
He's in the,
okay, put my presentation up there, so.
We were trying to get more volume from you all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in doing so, I think we get a little feedback. Sorry about that.
yeah, I don't have,
Could speak with your microphone.
I am in my mic. This is as loud as I can be, unless I start yelling. It's not very loud at all, so.
Well, it sounds like I'm not sure not working, the online portion.
The online portion is not working?
Seems like it's not started.
Okay. 1 moment. Still technical difficulties. We're ahead of schedule, so that's fine. 1 second. So there's still no audio, no
Nothing
noise?
started yet that I can hear.
Okay. Can they see anything?
I do have one person online.
Maybe that's us.
Hannah?
Yeah, she can't
She
hear
can't hear
anything.
anything?
Okay. She
Can't
actually,
hear or see anything.
Can't hear or see. The people online cannot
we don't
hear or
have
see.
a owl?
They have the camera right there.
The camera,
I'll check it
okay.
in a moment.
Sorry, don't need to hold it up from one
No,
person,
no,
but
no.
just. if
No,
you
it's
can-
for
others are not.
everybody.
Tyler, could you get my presentation? I did.
No sound or picture, it says Amy is muted and camera is off.
Hannah, I see your hand is raised. Can you come off mute and let us know if you can hear us?
Like I can hear something now.
Hold on 1 second. Let's see if we can get you turned up.
Hello.
Hello, Hannah. We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, I can't see anything, but that's fine.
We're working on the video.
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Thanks. Do you have a public comment, by the way?
I do.
Okay, can you give us 1 second and I'll come right back to you?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
I got video.
There we go.
You're good.
Yes.
Yay, okay. All right, we're gonna return back to public comment briefly just because we are having technical difficulties. So Hannah, please state your name and ward and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Hannah Brilling. I'm in Ward 1. And my general public comment is just concern over the decrease in special education funding from the commissioner's statements earlier this year. So I wrote a letter that I'm happy to read to sort of summarize those concerns. I haven't sent it yet, so I'm happy to get feedback if you think that there are other things I could put in the letter that would be persuasive, but it also summarized my concerns for our local district and what's important to me for funding.
You can, if you want. Go ahead, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay. The national political conversation has been placing a lot of emphasis on the state's responsibilities to make choices and execute for their citizens. Looking at what the state of New Hampshire has been proposing for the future of education funding, I feel worried and outraged. Mr. Edelblut, I was appalled to learn about your plans for the 2025-26 school year, including the role that vouchers will continue to play in the considerations for equitable access to education. I first want to say that as a taxpayer, I find the voucher program untenable. To say that a child who's not served in public schools could seek education elsewhere is akin to separate but equal, which I thought we decided long ago is considered to be discrimination. If our state were able to appropriately fund all education, including for those with mental and physical disabilities, and the funds left over to supplement the tuition of those seeking education in alternative settings, that would be one thing. But to state that the cost for special education has significantly increased, yet the state funding will remain stagnant, implies that the state is not adequately funding this public resource and should take priority over using state dollars for vouchers. And let me tell you why this is important to me. My 5-year-old who just entered kindergarten has had a journey over the past 2.5 years to get diagnoses and to get connected with services for his ADHD and autism. The school plays a vital role in this process for early intervention. While we were on an 18-month waiting list to finally meet with the team at the hospital who could get him a diagnosis, we first met with the amazing team at the Mount Lebanon School. We have connected with them since at age 4, and especially now that we have entered kindergarten. I have so much respect for all the work that the team at Mount Leb has been doing for my son and our family, also in the context of prioritizing all students and all families. At the same time, I have witnessed the constraints they are working with to be selective with their limited resources. In your plan that would decrease the portion of state education costs to special education funding down to 67.5% of anticipated needs, you are asking local districts to choose between raising local taxes or decreasing access to education, to cut vital staff involved in allowing all children to participate in schools with their neighbors and siblings, regardless of physical or developmental disability. These services fill a dire gap in early childhood education as the state has minimal options for families and children under 5, requiring supports to prepare them for elementary school and for life. The occupational and speech therapists and team coordinators in schools are vital to meeting these needs, and their positions are in jeopardy when budgets get cut due to decreased state funding. If you're, sorry, am I out of time?
You're at 3 minutes. I think that we appreciate your sentiment, and if you want to forward that to us, you can as well as a letter to the board. That would be also fine. But thank you.
I will
for your
absolutely do that. Thank you.
Hannah, and I'll also like to say in my superintendent presentation, the last 2 pages include a letter from Commissioner Edelblut and some breakdown for the funding, which our Director of Student Services is going to brief the board in a few minutes on.
Thank you so much.
Okay, is there any other public comment online now that we're working?
There's no other public comment.
Great, thank you. Okay, now we will turn it over to the superintendent for the beginning of the budget discussion.
Sure. I have a brief presentation for you for our budget proposal for the 25-26 school year. I'm going to talk a little bit about the timeline. Oh, thank you. This says it starts in the fall of 2024. Our school administrative teams at the building and district level of having this conversation since the budget passed last year. We are aware that our community was going to be facing high property taxes and tax increases, so we knew going into this budget we were going to have our pencil sharpened, really look at data and the needs of our students in our programs. So this fall we've accomplished a lot. We've been talking with our building principals as they present budgets, going back and forth to see if there's any efficiencies that we can find, looking at data and trends. That going into the principal meeting with our school board reps that happened in October, and then bringing you here today with our annual budget meeting. As you know, Tim has brought some supplemental documentation. One of the challenges that we have is our teacher step increases are coming in, so some of these numbers are moving, so Tim has been updating those budget sheets in real time. We will continue to have this conversation, looking at our data and trends, and hopefully bringing forward that public hearing on January 8th, 2025, and then going to the deliberative session on February 1st. Any questions about our budget development timeline? All right. Thank you. So our 25-26 school budget it's going to keep every student in the center of every decision. This is our motto, this is our value, this is our North Star. It is all about the students and their education. It's going to preserve our academic, co-curricular, and social emotional programs. It's going to continue towards equity with Mount Lebanon Elementary School and Hanover Street Elementary School. We're going to strengthen our infrastructure and operations. We are going to meet the legal obligations of IDA, which is the Individuals with Disabilities Act. And we're also going to be mindful of our residents who have expressed concerns about their property taxes. Our budget foundation includes maintaining our instructional and extracurricular programs, our commitment to vocational education at Hartford, our building and operation infrastructure. You will see our CIP listed throughout our budget books. It is very important, and thank you to the last person online with their public comment, is continuing and strengthening our comprehensive special education program. And also you'll see our contractual obligations within this budget. Our budget development, so we had some known impacts. So we as district and building leaders do projected enrollment. And as you know, this board has authorized a long-term enrollment study. We know our retirement system costs. Tim had budgeted, I think, 9% for health insurance premium. It came in at 8.9%, so thank you, Tim. We had our contractual obligations for 3 of our 4 units, and we know our debt services. Our unknown impacts: state aid, special education placements. As you know, those will change throughout the year. We could have students move in and out. Kindergarten enrollment. We project from year to year, but you never know what size that kindergarten class is going to come in. Hopefully those long-term enrollment studies and projection studies will help. Special education aid, I'm going to put an asterisk on that. In a minute or two, I'll have Mr. Nestor come up and talk. As I mentioned, following my presentation that you were given, you are given the letter from Commissioner Edelblum and some data and trends about the potential impacts over special education funding. I added 2 more items yesterday. Medicaid reimbursements. This will not have an impact on the 25-26 school year, but we anticipate this budget impact coming into the 26-27 school year. Mr. Nestor has had been on top of this and will be able to provide data in the future about the potential of Medicaid reimbursements in our revenues. And finally, for those that were aware of the news, I believe on Thursday, JALCAR, the Joint Legislative Rules Committee, approved the New Hampshire 306s. We anticipate those changes going into the 26-27 school year, but we are waiting for information from the Department of Education, from our school superintendents groups and the school's principals group to talk about that impact that it will have on the local taxpayer. If you watch the JALCAR video, they talked about little to no impact to the local school districts, but they are changing the graduation requirements. They are adding and deleting classes at all levels, and they have done some considerable changes around teacher certification. So for those that have been following Region Higher New Hampshire, they had talked about what are the potential impacts for taxpayer dollars. I think our community needs to be aware of this because this will have long-term impacts on, I believe, adequacy aid and state aid. So some of the highlights from this budget you will see today from the SAU and our school staff. We're meeting the needs of our students. We're maintaining our excellent co-curricular and academic programming. We're prioritizing physical, social, and emotional safety. We're maintaining our robust professional learning for our educators. We made adjustments in personnel based on enrollment, so you'll see some of those changes. We are looking at data. We're strengthening operations, we're maintaining our facilities, and we believe this is fiscally sustainable. So finally, before I bring Ben Nestor up here to talk a little bit about the special education aid, I want to give a big thank you to everybody. I want to thank this board for all their work in giving us feedback on this budget process. I'd like to thank the school administrators and their teams for working tirelessly on this. This process starts right when the school starts, so it's a busy time for them. They're looking at data, they're talking with teachers to make sure they're projecting needs for next year. And finally, the SAU staff, Tim and his team, who put this budget presentation and backup documentations together. So without further more from me, I'm going to bring up Mr. Nestor to just briefly discuss those 2 pages right after my presentation.
Morning, everyone. Good to see you. So I'll try to keep this maybe 3 minutes, something like that. Okay. So real quick, just a little bit of education because this is somewhat of a niche area. So special ed aid is funding the state provides districts when an individual student costs more than 3.5 times the average pure pupil cost in New Hampshire, right? So that's around $65,000 this year. So anything above that, the way the law is written, the state is to reimburse anything above that cap to the district, and then that comes back to us in the form of revenue. Revenue also being something the voters don't vote on, but that certainly will be a part of the budget presentation. So that's what special ed aid does. It's a lot of work out of my office, particularly my assistant Sarah Eaton and all of our case managers that have to have the IEPs written in a particular way so that we can seek that reimbursement and get it. In the letter that came out from the commissioner on November 12th, the long and short of it is that all districts in New Hampshire submitted last year, or for services rendered last year, $50 million in special ed aid eligible students are in reimbursement. And so what they've set aside this year to give to districts is closer to $34 million. So there's a big discrepancy there in what the state's legally obligated to provide and what they do provide. It's not a huge surprise that there's a discrepancy there for those that have been in the business a while. In 2017, the proration of sped aid was around 68.6%. And then this year, the proration is 67.5%. So it's not a huge shock to years past, but in more recent years, particularly with the COVID money that we all had access to, we were seeing reimbursement of around 104% above the state's obligation, 98%, 87%, et cetera, somewhere in there. And so it is a little bit of a shock, but again, not atypical. The last two more main points on this, if you just bear with me. So one of the items in the letter, and there's a lot to say about the letter that we don't have time to get into today, but there was a 12% increase in special education students from in recent years, or pertinent to this year. And one of the reasons for that is that the law changed in New Hampshire to require us to serve students until age 22, whereas the federal law dictates that districts serve students till age 21. And so that added 48 students into that special ed aid count last year, which is a good amount of students, right? So if you factor out that law change, it really brings your increase in special ed students to 7.45% versus the 12%. And so and lastly, the consensus in the field on this, as well as in the political realm and in conversation I've had with legal, is that this is a technique that the current administration is using to downshift adult disability costs to the local taxpayer. I think it's pretty clear that's the tactic they're using, so that students that were 21 and up were handled by the area agencies, and that was funded by DHHS at the state. So this allows one more year of expenses to be put on the local taxpayer. There's a court case out of Connecticut that our current administration will point to as the driver for this, but again, it's very disingenuous in terms of that court case. It's certainly, they're using it to further an agenda that is not necessarily focused on meeting students' needs, in my opinion. So, questions? Okay,
Thank you, Ben.
thanks.
So that concludes my superintendent presentation. Is there any questions for me?
Any questions for Amy? Okay, we'll move on to the SAU budget presentation.
Good morning. Before I get started, I want to go over everything I handed out to you. I figure if I bury you in paper, then you'll be dazzled and not ask questions. No, I'm just joking. The big one is, and I tried to hole punch them all. The big one is, I told you it was going to update revenues. So November 15th, the state publishes their revenue projections. The number, I think, in the budget binder was an increase of like $80,000, and now it's 40,000. No, 40,000. It was 80,000 when that was less. Now it's $40,000 less. So we went the right way. You can see even I get confused. These sheets are just an export from all of them are just an export from our accounting system. So it's just accounting sort of nerdy type stuff. So the negatives is, we're talking about debits and credits. So don't let the negatives confuse you. We're saying that we're projected to bring in $14,132,302 in non-local tax revenue. And that number ties out for how much money you need to raise and stuff across the documents. What we're trying to figure out is the very top line of the green column. What would the district appropriation be for the upcoming years? So that's the way you need to look at it. So the state, between our tuition area agreements and other school people who come here, and other real small pots of local money, plus the money that Ben was just talking about, projected from the state, we're predicting $14,132,000. That's a pretty firm number. And what does it look like historically? It's pretty similar. The only bumps we've had of any significance, meaning six figures or more, have been when we've gotten those years when we've gotten impact fees from the city, which we predict. You see, I'm budgeting $75,000. You go back in 2023, we got 267,000. They come and the city won't tell you when you're getting big bumps. I think they really don't know. So that could be 75 grand or it could be 300 grand. So we just budgeted a relatively low number. Next document, it doesn't have hole punches. You can just put it in the flaps of your binder, but I forgot to include this. MJ in particular had asked for sort of a list of contracts that we have as a district, and it's really just FYI. You see plowing and sanding all the way down through our fuel oil contract. So that's just an FYI for you to look at. One of the things we're really hoping to do is really get on putting out regular RFPs for all these. Some have been RFP'd, some have been sort of change ordered.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. Does anybody else?
I'm sorry?
We can barely hear you.
Okay.
Sorry.
I can speak up.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I think the microphones are on
I know I'm loud, but then when I get mumbly, nobody can hear me. So.
Please, scream at us, Tim.
All right, so this contract sheet, it's really informational. I should have put it in the facilities binder to begin with. It's just a list of the contracts we have in facilities. Obviously, they're facilities contracts. I didn't include psychological services and stuff like that. And it's informational. I included the default calculation. This is, I should have written draft on here, I think. I mean, I think it's pretty final, but I like to look at it and cogitate on it over a couple weeks. What a default is, and I left it's got the language of the law at the top. You take last year's budget, you subtract one-time expenditures, include contracted things. The big difference from a few years ago is that if you're reducing positions, you have to take the reduction in the default too. So it's really part art, part science. It's an equation, but you're trying to figure out exactly what gets added and subtracted. So the default calculation as of today looks like it would be $1,064,000 lower than this proposed budget. Then this 8.5 by 11 sheet that's got a green stripe on it, that's just a summary of everything we're talking about. And then I gave you should have a paper clipped bunch of the budgets broken down by function and object for each school. I do expect to give it to you as one whole clump, so it's up to you to take it out and put it tab by tab. That is updated. So what's the difference between the binders you got and now? It is about $50,000. 7,000 of it is fixing a line that Wendy pointed out where I missed a telephone bill, but the $43,000 of it is we had 17 track requests come in from the time I published this book till today. The track, according to the LEA contract, you have until December 1st, so theoretically we have another week where that could change. I hope everybody decided to operate before Thanksgiving, but I wanted to get those in there, and it totaled. Is everybody going to train? If you think you're going to change track, you got to put it in. If you don't put it in and you say, hey, I changed, you're out of luck. But there's no penalty if you don't change. Just that's how it works. All right, any questions about those handouts?
So on the default budget, can you just clarify for us how that handles the teachers, the LEA contract? Is that holding everybody steady on that
Yes.
as well?
All the already negotiated contracts are in the default. Teachers are not in the default because that's a separate warrant article altogether. So if the warrant article passes, even if, say the default passes and the teacher warrant article passes, that money will get added to the default number. If we don't have a default budget and the teacher's article fails, they still get no raises. So the teachers, it's a completely separate conversation from today. That's a warrant article discussion all the way around. Make sense?
And then I just want to say thank you for adding in the contracts, because I did notice that was missing last night, and I was a little disappointed.
We're going to reference that actually when we go into the specifics of the SAU staff budget too, and one of the requests that we are looking at. So.
Okay, so on the SAU budget, obviously this is your meeting and we'll discuss how you want. I guess just for summary, I will say, I'll just talk about, hold on. I'm trying to run the screen and get
Here,
that
I'll
message.
start too. Each of your, as you know, we have budget sheets for each of the schools in the SAU kind of highlighting our strategies, what our budget is, our proposed budget, and some of the budget drivers. Are you set, Tim? So, yeah. So they're in there as well. I'll just go through because I wanted just to highlight one more too. So within our SAU budget, focus areas are strengthening our systems, both transportation, facilities, and I'm going to add communication as well. To meet these goals, we need to replace a maintenance vehicle. The district needs a vehicle with lift operations to maintain operations. So that vehicle is used all the time, moving furniture between both schools, and our current one is at its end of life. Next, we need to update our aging bus fleet by leasing 4 buses. Last year, if you remember, we did not have any buses in the budget, so they are too becoming end of life. And we'll talk more about this. We are proposing to add 1 FTE to the facilities department to support our CIP, preventative maintenance, and sufficient use of resources through the RFP process. As Tim mentioned, through the contracts, this person would help us go out to RFP to most of our contracts on a regular basis so we can get the most fiscally and efficient prices possible. Tim will go into this further. By doing this, we're going to be reducing a position so he can give you the details of the exact cost for all of that stuff.
All right, so replacement of a maintenance vehicle. So we've replaced, I've been here since 2014, we've replaced a van. We have 5 maintenance vehicles. Obviously, I've been here 10 years. We've replaced 1 van. We're trying to replace one of our pickup trucks, so it's at least 10 years old. It actually has a new lift gate because of an insurance issue. So now we have a new lift gate on a truck that probably won't pass inspection. So we've been putting off replacing, actually, honestly, a little irresponsible, waiting longer than we should. But we need to replace. It's basically a pickup truck with a body, and $90,000 is an estimate. But you know how this is like a Super Duty truck, so I think $90,000 is a fair estimate. As you know, we have always done leases for our buses. We could do it for a maintenance vehicle too, but I think the 90 grand is just buying it outright. $100,000 for 4 buses, obviously that's $25,000 a bus. It would be a 5-year expense. Our oldest bus, continues our fleet replacement program. You guys have been very supportive in replacing. All the buses have been replaced since I've been here. These buses are 2016s, so we're already in the 2025 model year. So by the time you buy these buses, they'll be 10 years old. And I probably should have taken some pictures, but you can stop by and see the HHCTC bus, which is one of those buses, and you'll be like, whoa. So they need to go. We just live in a climate where things rust a lot, and so it's time to keep that going. So I am requesting 4, and that would be $25,000 each for 5 years. And the maintenance coordinator, so the idea behind this is now that we have new eyes on the facilities department, is 2 things. One, the board is stressing, and rightly so, that we need to stay on top of going out to bid and staying on top of controlling costs. And right now, obviously, that's responsibility of the facilities director and the business administrator. The other thing that I think that I've observed for years that I think is a little problematic is that there is no supervisory eye on any of the staff of the facilities department besides the facilities director, and that puts about 26 people under his or her purview, more than half of which work in a second shift. So we see an opportunity to have a maintenance coordinator who can do two main things as far as the RFP sort of thing. The writing of the documents and getting all that stuff in, I think that belongs still in our realm, but there's a lot of day-to-day stuff, but between the time when you put a bid out and when it comes in, meeting with contractors, showing them around, answering questions, and other sort of really clerical kind of stuff that takes up a lot of time. And I think the other piece of it, and John's here, so I'd love for you, I don't want to speak only for you, John, or I don't want to speak just for you, but the other piece of it is there's an opportunity to provide some more guidance, I guess I'd say, especially to custodians who are on the front lines. It's hard. It's not an effective model that we have in the facilities department. So as far as the cost, like, well, we don't, you know, what we're proposing is that you guys have approved years ago two floater custodian positions. We were real short staffed for a long time. This year, we finally have the equivalent of one floater position filled. It's filled with two half-timers. So we would be, we're proposing that we don't fill the other floater position sort of as an offset, and so the net to the budget would be $20,380. John, I'd love for you to come up and speak a little bit more to that position. Are you there?
Well, yeah, I think Tim outlined it very well. It's really just, you know, being here for about 8 months, there's a lot that goes on the facilities department on a day-to-day basis, and a lot of different facets that have been added to the facilities department over the years. I know when our administrative assistant started in 2007, it was a part-time position that became a full-time position, and now it feels like between myself and our admin assistant, there's more than enough work for two people, and too much work for two people in my being able to effectively manage contractor relationships.
Get facilities to fix that.
All the things Tim said, really just.
John, do you want to mic so some people can hear you? Your mic's not working at all.
Oh, it's not working.
No. So.
Or you could sit at the table, there's also a mic at the table.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks.
And while John takes a seat, I just wanted to add, so if the board members know, our emergency operations procedures and plans fall under facilities departments too. So as school safety and school safety regulations have changed considerably, and rightfully so throughout the year, that has fallen on that department. Sorry, John, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, and we're also working on developing and implementing the chemical hygiene plan, the capital improvement plan, which is a big undertaking. To do all these things effectively, it's challenging to get some of these larger forward-thinking projects done on a day-to-day basis with the amount that comes up daily. So having another person to help manage the day-to-day operations, to help meet with contractors as things come up, to help with supervising, would free me up to do a lot more kind of planning, long-term vision, district-wide things instead of just getting through the day and trying to keep things rolling along.
One thing when I'm talking to other BAs and stuff, I just observe, I think that we as schools, and I mean, everything's taxpayer driven, I get that, I'm a taxpayer too. We as schools are are staffed very well to maintain. That's just an observation. So, but if we're going to improve, sort of manage to a different level, sort of vision cast, I guess, to be too HRE, I think this is the kind of step it takes. I mean, we're just in a maintenance mode, I guess, keeping things running, and I think we do that very well. But it leads to, our plow contract. Admittedly, it's a good plow contract, but we haven't fully RFP'd it in, I don't know, 5-6 years. So that sort of stuff.
Are we at the portion where I can ask questions?
I was going to say yes. If you have questions. Is that a place to stop? Your pausing place?
Yeah.
Yes, you can go ahead and ask questions.
Bill knows that I talk too much, so.
I think you talked just the right amount. I don't know if my microphone is working. So is one of the things that I'm hearing that this position would potentially actually help us save some money?
That's exactly right. Amy, as Amy mentioned, we think we're missing out on a lot of preventative maintenance planning that could be done because of the workload we have. And so, between that and being able to source more bids, both for contracts and for large, issues that come up, we expect that we would have cost savings.
Can you give me a for instance?
Yeah, like for instance, our high school walk-in freezer compressor failed this fall, and I sourced 3 bids, and we went with, the best one, and it was very time-consuming to travel back and forth. I felt like, it was taking up hours of the day, and I was able to do it, but it was a kind of an arduous process with the amount of other things coming in, and if we had another person who could contact more vendors, who had fewer things on their plate, and their role was to, when large things break like that. Same thing with our SAU boiler. I'm trying to call vendors in between meetings and other things coming in, and personnel phone calls and issues. So someone who could actually focus on it and devote more time. I was able to do it, but I think it would have been done faster and potentially with more bids if we had someone whose job was to kind of focus on those types of things. And same thing with contracts. I've been reviewing the contracts and learning about them, but I don't feel like I have the time during the workday to dig into our existing contracts as much. I've had to spend a lot of time outside of work to get a grasp on them and try to understand them. So just those types of, projects that involve sinking some focus time into are hard to do during the day with just 2 people in our office.
I think the efficiencies, Jessica, could also come to within that supervision for that large department too. So being able to be more active with them, which would leave, I think, for better retention, because the cost of hiring employees is quite significant. John has done a significant job, excellent job of recruiting staff members, but making sure as things comes up that their employee needs can be responded to and issues can be dealt with. I think that would be a cost savings in terms of a retention.
Thank you.
So we have an amount increase. It sounds like we already have an existing floating position in the budget. Can you just tell me what the total cost is?
For this position, we're spitballing $75,000. So the position in the budget is about 55.
Okay. And that 75 includes, that's just salary?
Right.
Any other questions about the facilities? I just wanted to touch briefly on communications.
Oh.
Go ahead. Do you have facilities you're still doing?
Well, there's a couple of projects I wanted to talk about.
Go
here.
for it.
All right. So remember the SAU, I call it SAU/district-wide. People get confused and think we're just talking about the building, but we're actually talking about the whole district that doesn't belong to a particular school. So also, as far as in projects, the facilities tab of your binder has 2 things for district-wide sort of stuff. One is a salt storage bunker at the M&T. That's the maintenance and transportation facility. That's in there because we feel we have to do something with our salt. So I know this is kind of maybe in the weeds, but our salt was always maintained over the 3 bay. We now have an airplane build over there, and this is back when Dana was there. It's funny. They freaked out a little bit when they knew that there was salt next to where aluminum was going to be. So we had to get rid of our salt. So now our salt right now is being stored, I think, over at the water treatment plant, right?
That's right.
So the city's letting us store it there, which is fine, but it's super inconvenient. So we would like to build a facility. It's not like maybe you can describe it. I'm assuming it doesn't have a roof or anything. It's just a place to store salt.
It would be like a metal sloped roof, basically a cinder block bunker, 3 walls with a metal sloped roof, and then just salt on the inside. And obviously, by continuing to do salt in-house, we'd save money as opposed to having it done by a plow company.
Right. So that's in there. And then the gym floor refinish. I was a little confused on this because I know we redo our floors every year, but this is a bigger, every 10-year kind of project, right?
Yeah, it's every 10 to 15 years. I don't know the last time the SAU gym floor was, basically they sand it down, refinish and reline.
8 years ago, Tim, when we opened it back up more to,
Yeah, maybe.
and
city splitting the cost for this?
No, they did.
Oh, they
that
did?
time.
Oh. I know that's when we did a lot of work on the fire escape. I remember that. But anyway, not to get too in the weeds, but that is for the SAU gym, and it's to basically start over with the floor, as you need to do every so often. So those are the two significant facilities projects in the SAU budget besides things we do all the time.
I was just gonna ask what we use the SAU gym for.
Yeah, it's, I believe, and Ben might be able to speak to this too, I think our teams use it from time to time, like baseball, maybe spring sports. Yeah, rec uses it as well. Yeah, so lots of outside organizations use it. The rec department uses it heavily, and athletics sometimes uses it as well as additional indoor space. Yeah, off-season programs.
Our theater, elementary theater uses it in the gym as
Yep.
well.
We also used it to host local elections, well, local and national elections this year. The city recently set that up for the first time.
What if the city would be interested in contributing to part of the refinishing since they use it so much?
I would assume that since they're talking about closing the pool, probably Parks and Rec would not be interested.
Yeah, we've seen a lot, right, rec uses a lot, we love to partner with them, but you would see indoor track throwing some sort of safe shots in the wintertime. There's a batting cage in there for softball, so it gets used, especially in the wintertime, even for spring sports. It's kind of cool to see.
Do we get revenue from any of that?
We do not charge the city revenue, any costs, so if you're a level 3, basically an organization that is looking to charge fees to make money, yes. But the short answer is we make very little because it's almost all rec and us, high school.
I mean, I think it does feel a little bit like if we're entering the world in which the organizations that use a resource are not contributing to it in some way, long-term maintenance, which is expensive, becomes a challenge in my mind. I mean, it just feels like it speaks to that.
I think it's one of those things, but we've talked about this a lot in the past, that when we're talking about the primary use being Lebanon residents, you know, whether it shows up in our budget or whether it shows up in the rec budget, it comes from the same pot of money and it's servicing the same group of people. So
It could also be ended, though. I mean, I think it's one of these things where we could decide to not do it.
I don't think that would. I don't think.
Yeah, I also want to say that the rec department has a lot of youth sports in terms at the middle school level, and if they decided not to do them and we would have them in our budget, that would be a significant cost back to our budget to include those rec sports.
I also know from experience on those floors, you can only go down so many times before you have to fully replace the floor. Do we actually know how many times we can do the full refinish? Because that floor is probably pretty old.
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't know. I believe it was built in the 40s, the gym and the auditorium. So I can definitely look into that.
I don't know how much history we can find. We can certainly look into that. You're right. I mean, anybody who has wood floors in a house knows that. You know, I would hope it wasn't that old. Like the high school had brand new floors since I've been here, even though that building is 50 years old.
So one of the things that we noticed when I brought a contractor in, he noticed like marks from when there used to be bleachers in there. I don't know when those were taken out, and I don't know what was done 8 years ago.
Yeah, it was a pretty extensive renovation to get that space up and more usable for rec and us and things like that. But I'd have to go back and, I don't know if
I'm
Dick
sure
is sitting
Dana-
in the back if he remembers any of that.
I'm sure Dana has a file on it.
Oh. The gym renovation at the SAU, do you remember what was done? No.
I'm sure Dana had kept a pretty good file, and I remember we did I didn't remember anything with the floor, but I certainly remember taking the bleachers out, and maybe we did the floor, and we modified the fire escape, but we can certainly pull whatever file. I'm sure he kept a file on it. Yeah, it's probably been about 8 years. That's a good guess. Yeah.
The only other renovation was we put a wall in the superintendent's office.
And I believe this was included in the CIP that I inherited this plan. So I think this has been in the works for a few years.
Next to it. No.
Okay, so about communication. Communication has been brought up through board goals, superintendent goals. I would anticipate it's going to be a strand in the strategic plan. This will not be a new position. Our director of school and community relations, our long-term employee, well-valued, is retiring at the end of the year, and this position will be made full-time, year-round, and this will help strengthen the communication pieces too. My hope is as we build out our new website and new communication plan that we're working on, that will need someone that is a year-round position versus a school year position. Tim, what is the impact on the budget to that?
I didn't break that out either.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's my fault. I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there other questions for Tim and Amy and the rest of the SAU about the SAU/district-wide budget?
I just wanted a little bit of, just wanted a little bit of clarification. When I'm looking on page 34 at the wages maintenance district-wide budget line, I've primarily been going through kind of ignoring the budget 2025 number because I don't know if that's actually being spent or not up to that kind of projected level. So I've been kind of comparing with the actual 2024 lines. And I'm just curious about the big jump from 202,000 to 425,000 over the course of 2 years, and that's that line. That seems to me to be quite large.
Are you looking at budget versus, were you looking at actuals or budget?
I'm looking at actual 2024 versus proposed 2026.
Are you in the SAU
Because
line?
there's the budget 2025 is for 375, which is also a big jump, and then there's a 50,000 jump on top of that.
Was that the fact that we were fully staffed?
Maybe.
Instead of, I think there was a period where we were down.
Yeah, I mean, I can get you the details, but we, for some 18 months, had 3 maintenance people, and there's 5 in the budget.
Okay.
So the budget shows 5 people with, they're all in the union with the LSS agreement. So I can get it, whatever detail you want, but I can guarantee you it's because we were so short-staffed.
Okay.
So,
So this is a result of getting back up to being properly staffed.
yes, we've always carried 5 people, but we were short coming right after COVID until actually, well, John, the personnel whisperer, brought in 3 maintenance people since he's been here, so.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
I had one question. I saw that the CRO, it looks like he's getting a $7,000 raise this year. Is the city matching that, and he's getting a $14,000 raise? And I was just curious about how that number is determined.
That, you're giving me too much credit, like there's some math behind it.
Okay.
I'm looking, I look at what his bills are, and I'm trying to make sure we have enough to cover it. I don't know what his raise is. We literally are just given a bill from this police department that says half of wages and benefits. I don't know
Okay.
anything about us. I could
So
do
the
more, I could do
department
more
then
work.
gives you
The
that,
bill, yeah,
and you
so
respond.
based on our MOU, yeah, that we.
Okay, yeah, you
Yeah.
answered it. That was my question.
I mean, that's a big raise. I hope we have some
It
savings
is
there.
a big raise, so I wanted to ask.
I want to be able to say to you, hey, we saved 10 grand, and I'll look smart.
Well, we should probably change that to say CRO now, I guess.
Yes.
rather than SRO.
Yeah.
Yeah. What line is that?
This is on page 27, bottom.
Do we
bottom
pay
page.
half of his wages and benefits?
That's what the bill says.
So that's probably why the increase.
Right.
Maybe, I guess I can sit down with the police. I've always just assumed that's not counting his overtime, which he doesn't do for us, Like, I would hate to audit them and find out they're charging us half his overtime, which would all be city stuff,
Right.
so.
Other questions for the SAU on district-wide spending? for the wages for the district support tech.
No, that'd be a me question.
Do you have a question? Okay.
I actually, honestly, I was looking at that last night, and I didn't say anything yet because I want to research it further, but I'm actually fearful that I missed someone on my spreadsheet.
Yeah.
The idea is there's a Tyler line, his system administrator line, and then the tech guys go in there, but that number doesn't seem high enough. So this is like 8 o'clock last night.
Okay.
So I might be coming back to you and saying I screwed something up. And I want to double check, triple check. Doesn't it say $50,000?
Yeah, and it like in 2023 it was $7,000, right? So it goes from 7.
So I know that answer. So we were using that line for several years just for summer work. So someone who hired over the summer, but I'm trying to change that into 3. But part of the change, I think, is why I think I might have been confused. Him, his systems administrator, and then his support staff, not counting Kate, who's in a different line. But you can see it's fuzzy enough in my thinking since 8 o'clock last night that I didn't want to bring that up. But I'm glad you noticed that, because I was looking at that last night going, what did I do?
So yeah, I just
So.
don't, just clarify what that
Yep.
refers to. I think that would be helpful.
Lil, should we be talking about the projects list now, or are we going to talk about the projects?
I think we're going to talk about the projects at each individual school. So unless it's an SAU or.
Yeah, so
district-wide
we don't want John to be
project.
feeling like he's done, so we want him here all day.
He's excited about that.
Trying to help them out.
I think it'd be better if we did it at school. Confusing. Any other questions?
Yeah, just one last one. I think to me, it feels a little bit like a struggle to talk about I think the future of the SAU building, since it's like the SAU and the district-wide are combined in the budget, which I get, like that's how we do it. But I think the future of the SAU as a building is something that we've talked about, feeling pretty strongly about considering and thinking through and talking about. I think it's a little challenging to do that in the context of all these pieces being put together. That's not that's just the way we do it. But I don't want to lose sight in this bigger conversation about the budget of the fact that this is one of the moments when we make decisions which affect the future of the SAU as a building. And I think I just want to call out that we, to the extent that we continue to commit substantial long-term resources rather than simply sort of like keeping the heat on, keeping the electricity on, et cetera, that, we do so knowing that we may make different decisions about the SAU in the future. I think that's potentially fine, but I don't want to lose sight of that in this conversation, because this is the moment, I think, when we would have some of those conversations about where our resources are going in the district, and things like refinishing the gym floor, I think are, in order to continue doing the programs that we're currently doing there, it sounds like this is something that, the administration feels like should be done. That's fair. But I think the question for the board still remains, are we committed to continuing to do programs in this building and supporting the entire building? We can't, it's one of these things where we can't just refinish the gym floors. If we're going to continue doing programs in the building, we have to replace the boiler, we have to make sure the windows work, we have to, deal with the roof. There's all kinds of pieces that are associated with that. And so I just want to call out to the board that each year when we arrive at this point, we're sort of getting ourselves into a bigger thing to the extent that we don't look more closely at that, at how committed we are to supporting programming in that space, because it means supporting that entire space. So
I will just say, for information, we finally did get the covenant under which that building was given to us, translated and edited. Thank you to Richard for doing that.
Translated?
It's like translation.
Way easier to read than this. It was
Doing it
just
transcribed.
1800 and 1900s cursive.
Yeah.
This is insular minuscule.
It was tough. But in doing that, several issues came to light in the transcription of that to sort of say, we don't know what we can and cannot do still based on what we learned some more information, we found some more historical information. So we've subsequently sent that transcription and the historical information that we have to our lawyers, and they are tracking down additional information about this.
Great.
So some of our decision-making capabilities are still hindered because we do not know what we can and cannot do. The transcription revealed some things may have already happened that were not supposed to have happened, and therefore we might be off the hook, or we might be on the hook even more. So we have to wait and see. And so that is with legal right now. Your point is well taken. I think that's important to remember and to keep coming back to. And I think it's definitely something that we want to, when we have talked about with relationship to the CIP, but also as far as ongoing commitment. I don't know how much of that we can decide or really discuss in any sort of great detail right now because we just don't know that information yet. But it is in process as opposed to before when it was just a black hole. So
Yeah,
that's
thank you.
helpful.
I think that's great to know that there's sort of progress being made on that. That's helpful, and I think that I don't take issue truthfully with the fact that like we're doing a lot of the community is doing a lot of programming in this space. It sounds like I'd be curious to know how many actual days, how many actual hours, but it's fine. I think we're doing a lot of programming. Refinishing the floor for $25,000 as a community resource may be a perfectly reasonable thing to do. I could also see an argument to saying we may want to wait a year on that while we find out, since we are making progress on this. There may be an argument for why it has to be done this year instead of in 1 year. But I think, to me, those would be some of the questions I would have in this process, would be, is this year the year when it has to be done, and there would be a reason why it is. It's not a crazy amount of money for a community resource, but I just want us to keep our eye on that ball. I'm glad we're making progress on it, and thank you for the update.
Do we have a timeline for when we'll know further information?
I mean, we're at the law firm's discretion, and they, as you know, have been hands-on deck negotiating around the state, so I would anticipate some time.
Like end of the year?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I would
Yeah.
say if we haven't seen anything by the beginning of spring, then we'll push to have it done sooner rather than later.
They're like, you've had the building for 200 years, what's the rush? No, I'm just joking.
Does any of this also pertain to the discussion about the Dana House, the land it's on?
It's separate from that.
Separate from that, okay.
Yeah, they're not the same discussion.
Is that also progressing?
That is with the city.
That is with the city, okay.
Yes. So yes-ish.
I think your point about the floors is well-founded. If we're talking about, geez, we got to figure out something out, we can kind of find out the condition of the floor. I think it's something that should be done, but it's not like the floors are like decaying before our eyes. We can also,
It's not like the boiler where it might actually explode at any minute.
The other thing is, I don't want to put anything more on your plate, but we can either start tracking for the winter, or I wonder if we can pull stuff from last year to see. Obviously, most of the usage of the gym is in the wintertime. It's going to get busy, and I was just thinking it'd be exciting to tell you how often that's used. I bet it's nearly every day between Thanksgiving and March. But
It's always helpful.
we did that.
We've done that in the past, right? There was a comprehensive list we had of everyone that was
that's
using
something
it, when they were using it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think we need to recreate the wheel.
No, I think Julie could pull that from the facilities use list, just.
And you could probably just update it. I mean, the list was pretty comprehensive, so I think it would be that.
I mean, I think the question to me is less about, like, it's not a crazy amount of money. I think it's more just about, like, is this the right year to do it? Is delaying it a year going to affect the ability of people to use that resource in the next year while we kind of get some more information? Like, is this one, like, there are things that I really don't want to delay. I want to make sure we do them in the year that they need to be done. Sometimes there are opportunities to put something off a year while you get other information that would affect that decision, that without necessarily impacting community programming. Feels like that might be an opportunity, but we can see how we go.
The way that money is encumbered, Tim, so, I mean, if it's in the budget that we're looking at, it would be either the summer, right? Like, because it starts on July 1st, so it could be a summer project, or we could encumber it and do it the following summer.
Oh, that's a good point.
So this is, yeah. In practicality, yes. You're not supposed to say out loud that we're going to purposely not, we're just going to encumber money. It's supposed to be like a project you just didn't get done kind of thing. It's like, I'm just going to speed limit.
What you're saying is this could potentially be an end-of-year
Yeah,
project.
yeah.
As opposed to put in the, that's what you're.
Yeah, we don't have to spend it
That's
this
a good
summer.
point. That's a good
That
point.
So we,
It'd still be in the budget.
But it would, I mean, it's still money that could potentially be allocated elsewhere if we, but I think your point's well taken. It's not necessarily money that will inherently be spent on something that we don't use. Like, it wouldn't be spent until we had some answers, and so it's a good point.
I also think it's just important to remember that even if we do throw some money into maintaining the SAU building, we shouldn't, fall into some cost fallacy and feel like just because we invested some money into it, we have to keep it forever.
Right.
Agreed.
But just being careful not to, like, there does come a point where it's like, well.
MJ, you had a question?
Yeah, just completely shifting gears. Looking at the SAU write-up, I was just curious, it looks like about 14% of our students district-wide have IEPs, and I'm wondering how that compares to other districts. Is that pretty much the standard run rate? Are we higher, lower?
But I believe that's almost the state average for students with disabilities is about 14%. So my previous district, and I bet your district was over 20% before, so I believe we're right at that state average.
I can answer that shortly, or I can give you an hour, so.
An hour is not.
How about come up shortly? Come up to the mic.
So the state average at present is 21.5% last I looked, which is up from, circa 16, 17, where it was state average was pretty static at around 18%. Lebanon tends to be a little bit lower. We stay in lockstep with places like Sunapee and so on, whereas your more impoverished districts just tend to be higher. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for, and just a procedural note, just because we're done talking about a district or, a school or a district doesn't mean we can't come back to them, but we're just sort of moving on to the next thing, so.
I apologize, I had one more thing. The enrollment history in the narrative for the budget proposal, the projections, what are those based on? I assume those are internal projections because they're not informed by the comprehensive study because we haven't done it yet. But so I was curious what, and probably Amy has to answer this, but I don't know. I'm curious what those are based on.
Yeah, Amy, you'd have to answer that. I think our prismatic study went out this far, though, so that's what I was assuming it came from. But
I think it's sort of like the kids that we know are in the pipelines, and we get numbers from Grantham and Plainfield, so we can anticipate some of that. And then the others would be what we think the incoming kindergarten classes would be. And
Well,
that one's probably the bigger guest of any of them.
But I think also, again, I think that's my question, is what's the methodology? Because that means it wouldn't include any of the new developments that are coming online in the state.
Correct. I think it's just sort of like.
It's a much, this strikes me.
It's sort of like what we had this year, and then they just carry that forward a bit.
Except I think that's the only tricky part is that they aren't consistent numbers in the projections. It's like, sorry, Amy, got a question for you. The enrollment projections that are listed in the SAU narrative.
Yep.
I'm curious what the methodology was for developing those, just because we don't have the big study done yet. So
Right, so I took the projections from each of the buildings, Mount Leb, Hanover Street.
Just added
Yeah,
them.
so from there, so this does not, those projections does not include any potential new buildings.
Okay.
So, and then we contacted Grantham and Plainfield. So you'll see the middle school when you get to their section, they put there, and then high school has that all from there, so.
So there's a possibility that, so if we were to
Build
think
a
about
big-
the likelihood of the accuracy of these, the likelihood that they could be low is not unreasonable.
Right, this is,
Or high.
or high, yeah. This
Well,
is
it's-
based on the information that we have today of
But it's-
kids in current school and for us projecting, which we don't know how many kids come into kindergarten every
Well,
year.
we're projecting it for Hanover Street, it was 60, and for Mount Leb, it's 50, which are high numbers, or.
Right.
on the higher end of what we've seen over the last few years.
I think it's just, I'm thinking about the amount of real estate development that is sort of coming online within the next 3 to 4 years. And so just thinking about the fact that this wouldn't incorporate any of that, which is fine. I'm just making sure I understand like what the
this was
certainty, what the certainty is on this.
Yeah, you'll see that through
Whoa.
from there, and that's, for each year projecting for class sizes, and when we look to allocate teachers, the principals will go ahead and use this process, and then kind of looking at who's coming up the pipeline from, we know Plainfield's enrollment is decreasing, so looking just to see how that
Not
continues.
intended to be critical, just intended to make sure I understand what the
Yep.
methodology
I think it's the reason
was.
why we doing that long-term enrollment study, absolutely.
And I think the city has historically said that they feel like some of the building projects, we've sort of disagreed, but I think they have tended to feel like what will be drawn into the city will be sort of that young professional or, not necessarily families.
We'll see,
So-
yeah.
Yeah, and they have a algorithm that they have shared to make that decision. I don't necessarily know that we agree with that algorithm, particularly with regard to the newest thing, but their algorithm has worked in the past for their predictions, so sometimes that's.
Sounds like that's not included in this, though.
No.
So I think that's just what I wanted to understand, is like, this is purely based on current enrollment numbers plus projections from other towns and sort of basic, that's fine. It's
Right,
totally
and
reasonable, just-
I'm not 100% sure how many new developments will be ready to roll and inhabited, and that
Yeah.
impact, like, for this budget in the
We
next
have-
couple of years.
We have no idea.
Right.
But I think the prismatic study was, when you look back at the prismatic study, which is a much more comprehensive study, which does include things like real estate development,
Yep.
et cetera, it was quite accurate, going out quite far. And so I think that just understanding what goes into different sets of numbers is helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all for SAU, which means we're ahead of schedule, yay. So we're gonna move on to LHS.
Bonnie, do you guys want to grab that mic as well? Okay.
Good morning. I'm Bonnie Robinson. I'm the Director of Curriculum at Lebanon High School. Ian Smith, our principal, is unable to be here today and sends his regrets. I'm here with Colin Tyndall, our assistant principal, and our new athletic and co-curricular director, Ben Davis. Welcome to the fam, Ben. We've had a successful and very active year at Lebanon High School. We hope that you follow the weekly and are aware of all that goes on every day, every week. We're very proud of what we have accomplished so far this year. The first impression one now gets when entering the high school is the new addition, and it really is a great space for our students, for our teachers, for our community. It really has instilled a sense of pride. It's well used and greatly appreciated. We recently had our collaborative conference with the New England Association of Schools and Colleges, and we met all of their standards, and it was a really affirming visit that we are on exactly the right track, and so that was really great to have. We're all looking forward to break, but when we come back, it will be time for The Sound of Music, and winter sports will be gearing up. So we all look forward to that. We remain grateful to the school board, to our staff, to our students, to the community, and I'm going to have Colin talk a little bit about the budget.
Thank you, Bonnie. I would like to just put another plug in for, in my duties, observing students throughout the day. The Student Center and the band practice rooms and the band room has really been a real boost to our student culture and life. We have all manner of students pursuing all manner of very productive things in that space, and it really has been a huge benefit. So I just wanted to put that plug in there, and thank you to the board. In terms of the overall budget, I just wanted to say a little bit about the process. I often, in my duties, observe it a little bit from afar, but I know that it's very deliberative in meeting with all the departments in the building and all the stakeholders to go over their needs and of course some of the wants too, and trying to take as much input from those people as the budget is developed. And so, you know, that's sort of the backdrop, while at the same time trying to look for, you know, places where, you know, we can reallocate, reuse, and make do with what is currently, you know, in our spaces. So with that, for the overall budget, and I'm referring to the handout that I'm assuming that you all have there of the highlights and whatnot, we're looking at an increase of about 1.92% overall. And with regard to the discretionary spending, when we take a bit more of a micro look within the building, we are looking at an increase of about $1,186, which represents an increase of about 0.002%. So, and of course, that is the work of a lot of people looking with a fine-tuned eye to, you know, make do with what we have, you know, in the interest of all those in the community whose support we greatly appreciate.
Thank you, Colin. And I just want to highlight a few things. I have a handout that I'll disseminate at the end, but I did want to talk a little bit about just the overall important role that athletics and co-curricular activities play at the high school. Nearly 75% of our student population participates in either athletics or co-curricular activities in the previous school year. So just the essential lifelong skills that are cultivated through these programs, I think, are just you know, an absolute necessity for our student population. I just want to highlight a few of them, and I'll give you some numbers that are attached to that as well. Improved cognitive function, academic performance, time management skills that our students are learning through those processes. Just the broaden interest and exposure. I think our students have an opportunity with all the clubs and activities just to explore new interests that they might have not in the past. It's really wide-ranging what we offer in terms of the clubs in those activities. The emotional health and mental well-being, social-emotional learning, boosted self-esteem, the resilience piece that I think our students learn for participating in these activities, a sense of belonging, and then just the social and behavioral benefits that come with that in terms of improved social skills, discipline, responsibility are really important, as well as emotional regulation and mental health benefits. So I think just the lifelong skills, transferable skills that they're learning are you know, absolutely essential part of what we do. And just to give you some numbers, last year total participation at co-curricular activities was 211. Those participating students in athletics was 249. And then total number of students participating without duplicating that number was 461. So we arrive at 75% of our students participating in some form of that, which I think is outstanding. So.
Anything else you want to share with us before we, no?
We're open to questions.
Okay.
I have a question. Can you remind me of how what the process is in terms of like student co-curriculars and athletics? I know that there's a process by which like students have to be involved for so many, you know, there has to be so many students for so many years wanting to participate before they get funding or something like that. Can you walk me through that again?
Just the process in terms of becoming
what the requirements
approved.
are?
Yeah, so when a club comes to fruition, essentially, is like applied for, you know, that paperwork, application comes through me, and then sort of in that process, there's a 3-year sort of period of time that they have to go through trial, yeah, which eventually then goes before the co-curricular committee, which meets once a year, sort of towards the end of the school year. So at that point in time, is that kind of your question, what in terms of like what the process is?
Yeah, what are the, you know, if somebody comes forward and they say, hey, we want to have the chess club, and, you know, what happens in year 1? do they get any money? What happens in year 2? What happens in year 3? You know, what do they get once they become a club? That kind of thing.
Right, it's a 3-year process. They have to be in existence for 3 years before funding is given to them in terms of just.
They can exist, but they have no money for 3 years.
Correct, they can exist from day one as soon as they're approved, through me. They exist, they register just like an athletic team, and then they can meet, and sort of like at that 3-year period, we put together numbers in terms of like, there's an advisor attached to that, and then we kind of look at what the participation numbers are, sort of the things they do. It's sort of like an application just to get funding for that, for some of their, what they like for in terms of that stuff.
There's board approval if
Yeah.
if they become an official thing and funding is attached to it.
And then is there a downgrade process as well in terms of like if people don't have enough participation for a certain period of time, are they, what happens?
I mean, they can go out of existence if there's no participation, I think we see that, and then sometimes those clubs come back, if then the next year that student comes forward and says, hey, we'd like to start this up again, we have an advisor attached to it.
But they already have funding at that point? The funding still
If they're
exists?
past that 3-year, yes, yeah.
Okay, so they have to survive for 3 years, and then they basically have funding until what? They don't exist for a while, or?
Yeah, I mean, there's potentially could be a stipend attached to the advisor who's running that.
But if it doesn't run, the stipend, so like the stipend is a pot of money that is driven by the CBA. And so if something doesn't run, like the teacher doesn't get the stipend, it just sort of exists, and then that becomes part of money that's returned if it's not spent, right?
Right, so this stipend committee has all the stipends. If there's, cheerleading is a good example. For years, there was no cheerleading, and then it came back. And so as far as funding, you're talking about supplies, which he would put in his budget, or a stipend, and if there's no club, the stipend doesn't get paid, and either gets returned, or sometimes there'll be a different club that needs another.
Comes on board
The
for a
committee
stipend.
Correct,
has-
it could
the committee has
reallocate it.
the ability to take that same pot of money and allocate it, not like blow it up, but they might add an assistant advisor or something, because they have huge numbers, like gymnastics, I think, is one of them. So, so funding is like weird. So, like wrestling was one that we added, was free for 3 years. Now we pay a stipend, but their mats, I don't think we bought the mats. I think they fundraised all that. So most of the funding is, I would think is fair to say, is relatively inexpensive. The big sort of things like the wrestling mats, the general fund never saw it, I don't think.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Because that was a $15,000 fundraise, I remember.
So sticking with the stipends, I thank you for the detailed breakdown of all the stipends. I found that very interesting. But I also noticed that it looks like winter athletics get a lot higher stipends than the others. And I'm wondering, so how are stipends determined? Is it on the length of the season, the number of games that the sport has, or so what makes winter unique compared to the other 2 seasons?
That's in athletics, by the way, if you're looking for that. It's in the athletics tab.
Yeah, it's a good question. We arrived at different kind of points with the stipends, but the winter season's longer. So part of the factor that goes into that is number of weeks in a season, which the winter season ends up, I don't know exactly how many weeks it is, but longer than the fall or the spring. Also going into that factor is, what they get paid per week with the weeks. There's a longevity factor in that in terms of how long a coach has been with us, and also what level they're coaching at, whether it's, varsity, sub-varsity, head coach, assistant coach. So that's probably why you're seeing that those stipends are a little higher in the winter, just because of the longer amount of time, how many more weeks in the season there are.
I have a similar question, so I think you partially answered it, for co-curriculars. So is co-curriculars also longevity is factored into, because there seems like a sort of a discrepancy there as well, like this club versus that club gets different stipends, and so is that also a longevity factor?
It's the same formula that we use for that, correct?
Wait, can you say that, Lil, again?
Yeah, so same thing that MJ was asking, there seems to be differentials in who is paid what and why, and so we're asking what are those differentials based on? Okay. And part of it is based on, I'm assuming from what we're saying, part of it is based on how long the person has been the advisor and or the coach.
Got it.
Correct, right, and how long the season, or how long they're, yes, or how many weeks they're participating in that.
Is there any conversation or concern about the fact that 3 years in the life of a high school group is relatively long to need to wait for, and I guess, I think the thing that I'm struck by, and I tried to go through and do some numbers in terms of the split between what we spend on athletics versus other kinds of co-curriculars, and that's a little tricky to do because while we break out athletics separately in the budget, we don't break out co-curriculars unless I'm missing something.
It's in the same information.
It's in the same information, but we don't actually we don't present it. It's a little easier to see the athletics.
I mean, the budget is the same. Like if you look at the budget,
Yes.
it's co-curricular and athletic together.
Yes, thank you. So I think it strikes me as being, thank you, a little bit self-perpetuating. Something that's already going continues going, and it's a little challenging for newer, different things to get going, to receive more resources, because if there's a set of students who are interested, they may actually leave before, in 3 years. If it takes 3 years to kind of like have something sustained, they may actually be gone before they achieve that funding requirement. And then it's up to another set of students to start all over again before something gets going. So I'm just wondering if there's any conversation about that within how we do this.
Yeah, maybe Bonnie can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I would point to our Interact Club as an example. Our Extended Learning Opportunity Coordinator is a member of Rotary locally, and that is associated with Rotary. And she acted as a volunteer, if you will, for the first 3 years running the organization. It was full on. They did all kinds of activities, even without any funding or stipend for her. She has now retired, but they've passed the 3-year threshold, so now the Interact advisor is receiving a stipend, and the students have changed, of course, but it's still a very vibrant program.
Mm-hmm. But it did require someone sort of playing that bridge as a volunteer.
Correct.
And not students.
And that has worked.
Yeah.
It does, it's a little odd when you first hear about it, but it has worked. That a group needs to really prove that there's the interest and the sustainability before we ask the board and the taxpayers to support it.
Thank you.
Other questions for the high school and athletics and co-curriculum?
And Jessica, if you're curious about the full-on process, we have policies, JJA, and the forms are JJA-R.
And I think we had reviewed those. I remembered seeing them and going through them. So I remembered that was a process, but I think that just trying to understand how we, wanting to understand that from that side.
Do you have a question, Tim?
I wanted to say a couple things before you moved on. That's all. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Rich has questions too.
Two things. The only personnel issue in here is actually not a request from the high school, but I did put in the cost of a long-term sub for sabbatical coverage. I did the net. We have to pay, if someone's on sabbatical, they get 60% of their pay. So the net, I estimate, is $72,000 for a long-term teacher. And then the list of projects in there, I don't know how much detail you want to go into, but there's $126,000 worth of projects in there, 3 from the CIP and other ones that were not in the CIP were enumerated in issues when John spoke to, excuse me, when John spoke to Ian or whomever he speaks to over at the high school. So that's all.
Another question just at the budget meeting that we had, the LHS budget meeting.
Talking to your mouth.
Oh, sorry, the LHS budget, is it even on?
Project.
Okay. Well, at the LHS budget meeting, there had been some discussion about the tuition levels at HACTC. Has that discussion progressed further?
I have a meeting with the director of Hartford when we have our meeting over, I think, the first week of December.
Yeah.
So I think Tim projected 70
Yeah.
70 students there, and just seeing what their projections for tuition will be, and if, since we send the most kids
to Hartford VOTEC if there would be some sort of negotiation that we could do around that. So it has not happened yet.
Yeah, I was just curious if we knew how many kids this budget.
I think Tim budgeted for 70, if I'm right off the top of my head.
I don't remember if I don't think I lowered the rate from when we talked either, but there's these discussions, so maybe we can make an adjustment if we have some sort of, something besides squishy, yeah, we can do better, which is basically what we've gotten so far.
Okay. Just hoping.
I just had a quick question about tuition, and it's just a clarification question for me. There's a line, 1,300, 55620, that is vocational tuition ledgered to HACTC students.
Yeah.
So just, can you explain what that means to me?
I think Tim is the best.
Tim, can you explain what that means to me?
I don't know the rules exactly, but somehow if kids are assigned Ledyard but still go to Hartford, we have to pay, we're responsible under the law to pay. I don't have any sort of, you can see that
Yeah,
we
I think
spent
there's one kid that was.
11,200 last year, so I budgeted 12,000. So.
That's for one, it's like one child. That's basically what it is. All right, thank you. That was my question. Go ahead.
So, moving into the projects that are at Lebanon High School, my first question is on the asbestos tile abatement. It looks like at least in the comments in the budget, it claims, or it says that we would install new carpeting, but then in the CIP plan, it says Alturo flooring, which I thought was more of a rubberized part. So my question is, why would we install carpeting? That seems like from a maintenance perspective, probably not a best use of our money for longevity of the project, or is there something that I'm missing?
You're going to be up and down all day.
He's young.
Yeah, so the carpeting was included in the budget after discussion with the high school staff. 2 of the 3 rooms already have carpet. Basically, carpet was put down over 2 of the rooms that had tile in worse condition a few years ago, is my understanding. And so the carpet can actually be cleaned and reused by the abatement professionals. So we'd basically reuse that carpet and then put down matching carpet in the 3rd classroom. And the high school said they'd prefer it. So because there's already carpet in place in 2 of them, we figured we'd keep it uniform there. And then in the future, when those rooms are renovated, top to bottom, we could go with the flooring that we've been using in other classrooms.
So then, out of the 3 rooms, only 1 of them would get new carpet, and the other 2 were repurposed carpet?
Correct.
But I think it sounds like it's repurposed from pretty recent. The carpet is.
Yeah, it was
it's
put down in
new
the last
carpet.
2 years or so.
Yeah, it's
Right.
not.
I mean, I just think long-term maintenance would be better to not put carpet in the rooms for longevity of the project. And then I had another question on the tables. So how many tables are we getting for the $8,000?
Yeah, so working on collecting pricing, but it seems like not very many. And we wanted to, and if you look in the CIP, this is like right now it's a 3-year project. I'm still working that out and I might extend it. I'm also looking into whether we can buy, the main concern with is they're hazardous. When you put them up and take them down, they slam shut and they rip open, and they're very hard operationally. They have to come up and down every day, sometimes multiple times a day. We have things like wrestling in the cafeteria, other events. So if we can use that $8,000 to install, to repair them and put in there called easy up kind of clips, we'll do that, and then we can reduce future spending because the tables are in okay shape overall. If we're not able to, we'd like to start replacing them with tables that have the easy up clips over several years.
Okay, and then,
Specifically about that, Tim, is describing this as a CIP project rather than as an upkeep project something that might affect the default budget line? Because it occurs to me that if this is an upkeep thing and we list it as CIP, then we don't have the money for it in the default budget, but we might have it in the default budget if we did.
I mean, the default, this is what I said, is both an art and a science, because if you ask different lawyers and different BAs, you'll get different interpretations. But the way I interpret the default, and I think it's the safest way, is that none of this stuff goes into default. Whether it's what would go in the default would be how do we operate schools? So heating and plumbing, there are some BAs that think you don't, or some lawyer, there was one lawyer in particular that thinks you're not technically supposed to put the increase in cost and fuel into the default. I think that's ridiculous, and most lawyers agree with me. But I don't think that any CIP or not CIP, like, we can operate the school without new tables, as a fact. So that's the standard I use. So I thought you were going to say it's not big enough to go in a CIP.
We had a discussion about that.
The long way to go is I don't think it matters whether it's CIP or not. It's like equipment, and I don't think that meets the threshold.
Okay.
The only way it gets tested is if someone protests, you end up on the stand, but that'd be my argument.
But Tim, if they were broken and we had no tables for them to eat, would that be a different situation?
Are you implying something?
No, I'm just asking, like, for that.
It's made by a table.
I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, like, if we had no places for kids to seat, would then that be for that versus we're trying to preventively?
I would have to have a
What
conversation
about
with
the
Jim.
floor, Amy? What about the floor?
And then one more.
One thing I wanted to say about the $8,000, I do think this is an outdated number. The only issue is that maybe if we do replace them, we go instead of 3 years. I think it would take more than 3 years at $8,000 a year. I'm not saying we should go more. I was just thinking that number's been $8,000 in the CIP since I've been here, so that's not good on us. But I like your idea of extending it out or even doing something different for the same pot of money.
Right, and I think right now in the CIP as it stands, it has like 8,000, like 25,000 or something like that. So there's like a balloon kind of at the end. And again, the CIP is still very much.
One table,
Yeah.
15 tables.
So it's still very much a work in progress in future years. So we're working through it.
And then finally, a little bit of detail, if you could provide on the hallway refinishing project, because I see this in both LHS and at Hanover Street, and it's talking about tiles, but I assume you mean the wall tiles in there. And can you talk about this pilot project and how long the pilot project will go on before you determine whether it was a success or not? What are your measurements?
Yeah, so it's basically for the wall tiles. We've gotten requests from both the high school and Hanover Street School to figure out a way to update, the wall tiles in the hallways. They're, a yellowish color that as we do the Ekman kind of renovations have become part of the school, it feels like as soon as you step out of those spaces, you're transported back in time. So
it's called retro.
Yeah.
Just wait long enough, it'll begin again.
So we're trying to figure out the best way to deal with them. Some of them are masonry. They're actually like cinder blocks that are painted. And so it's obviously very expensive to take them out, and just the tiles in general, take them out and redo them. We don't think we can obviously just repaint them because then the paint will just chip away. It's not a good surface for that. So we're trying to figure out, I basically allocated, I think about $5,000 per school to experiment in a section of each school with if there's a specific type of paint for those tiles. We've also talked to an architect about potentially doing like a really thin drywall that is like very resistant to like being knocked around a lot as kids go through the hallways. So we wanted to get the process started and try it out, and then from there so I think it would be a 1-year pilot. Basically use that money next year to try a couple small sections, see what works, what doesn't, and then go from there, decide if we want to expand it.
I know you can also plaster over tile, and there's some pretty resilient, smooth plaster finishes, just a workshop.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe you could do it for us for free.
Yeah.
Go buy the materials and just go play.
Send us your W-9.
I know, right?
Okay. Other questions? Other questions
I
for
just
the
have
high
a
school?
small, this is an insignificant amount, but I'm curious, and not for you. You're good. Why are we purchasing phone charging stations?
One of the things that we have discovered, particularly with our 9th graders as they enter the high school and are adjusting to not using their phones in class, is that they're always needing to charge them. And so if they plug them in the back of the room when they enter the classroom, then they don't have access to them, and they're charged, so it's a win-win.
I like the psychology.
Okay. Other questions? I have a question about the media center aid wages. So those have just jumped 50%, so I just wanted to know, is that person going longer? Are they working more hours? What's happening there?
Or did I just screw up?
Right. That individual is a para-educator and governed by the LSS, so I can't explain that. We're not changing hours.
Yeah.
Do we have- Is there someone different there than it was
Oh,
last year?
yes.
That's why.
It's due to her step.
Okay, that's fine. Good. There was a question I was wondering.
She's terrific.
Thanks. And then on that same page, this is on page 4 of the big giant one, near the end of that page, 220, 543, the media equipment repair, and that's doubled. Maybe that's a Tyler question, I don't know. That's what what are we repairing that has suddenly cost 2 times as much as it did before?
Budget thing, driver.
What line?
It's the third line from the bottom. So
But
it's,
it
and the
just-
other thing, it's 220, 1,220, 54300.318. Just couldn't, I don't know if I found it from here.
Tyler?
It's not a tech budget item, so I'm not sure.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was a tech question or not. Hold on, I'll find it.
Looks like expendable equipment. Headphones, microphones, extension cords, surge projectors, miscellaneous cable.
Expendable equipment. So did we just have a run on the expendable equipment and suddenly it's double what it was before?
John, which page are you looking at for, so Bonnie?
34.
34, Bonnie.
Thank you. There we go. Oh, there it is. So it's
Tiny
looking,
numbers, I'm just wondering.
yeah, it's looking like, and this would be under Ms. Abini's sort of purview in the library, headphones, we're looking at microphones, extension cords, all the sort of associated equipment to support things like, well, just this past week we had open mic. So when the students are, doing audiovisual presentations or, reading poetry, that type of thing. I know we have other equipment that is in there, like the laminator, and I think those need some upkeep and some updating occasionally. So that's my understanding. Yeah.
We're also expanding Studio 88, which is a side room that has a green screen in it, as we hope to encourage more videography as a means of expressing what students know and can do.
Oh, great. Thank you. That's helpful.
Are headphones and things like that things that disappear? Okay.
No, not my understanding. Yeah, a lot of them were pretty dated, and so were crackly. And kids.
This is more advanced than.
Their choice would not be the big ones.
Other questions for the high school? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do LMS, even though we're ahead, and then we'll do break after that.
Good morning. My name's Tom Harkins. I'm the principal of Lebanon Middle School. And I just don't have much to say before we get into the budget, but I will just like to share that, as John has indicated, our facilities team does a great job with our building. We have our support staff that keeps things rolling from behind the scenes and works very, very hard to do so, and they don't get enough credit as well. Wanted to thank you all, the board, and I appreciate the SAU. As I am new in this role, pretty much everyone at the SAU is familiar with my extension because I make a lot of phone calls and send a lot of emails asking questions because I am new, and they are very helpful, so I appreciate that. We have a great school here, as hopefully you all are aware. There's a lot of learning going on in and outside of the classroom. A lot of teachable moments happen every day here for a lot of different reasons. We have a new director of athletics and co-curriculars coming on starting on Monday. So Brett Franklin has resigned from his position and moved on. And her name is Autumn Lansing. She is looking forward to getting started. She was trying to get started this week, but I had to tell her to hold off until she's officially hired. And we're looking forward to our winter seasons getting. I know. See, I called Tim about that about somebody else a while ago, and I've learned. And as far as the budget numbers go, we have, as you will see, an overall budget increase of 5%, which we will obviously be discussing. And then as far as within the building, there's a decrease of 0.84% from the costs coming directly from teachers and things that we have going on inside the building. You can see our budget drivers here. Some of our focus areas are special education needs with costs that are increasing. The social emotional needs of our students is, as Amy mentioned earlier, our students are our primary focus. They are our North Star, as she indicated, and we're working hard to support our students in a lot of different ways. We do have a larger 5th grade class coming up through than our current class coming in from our 2 elementary schools, so we are asking for an additional 5th grade teacher. And we are asking for, hoping to add a special educator / behaviorist for those increased special education costs, as well as some of the trying to help minimize disruption to classes. We have more and more students with behaviors that can disrupt the day, and we're hoping to add a part-time behaviorist that can address some of those needs more proactively and spend a lot of time working with those students to help keep them regulated and keep the rest of our students, learning as they do every day. I believe that's all I've got for you, but I can take questions. Anybody?
I would like to, just to frame things, and Tom asked me this question, a good question. So he's like, I don't understand why our special ed pairs are going up. I'm not asking for any more. Not asking for any more from who's in the building right now, but budget to budget, we added, I think, 5 paraprofessionals in the special ed world since this budget last year. So it's not an increased add, but it is an increase in the budget when you're comparing last year's budget. And those obviously get added because IEPs or whatever. It's so there's that's probably the biggest surprise. Like he's not asking for more bodies. You'll see in Hanover Street we actually are adding for more bodies. Maybe we need to frame it differently. I'm open to discussion, but that's where I think there's 22 special ed pairs, and last year there were 17 or whatever. That's off the top of my head.
Yes, that's right. It's 17 and 22.
Yeah, behavioral teacher in this building he's asking for. They've already existed in the other buildings. This conversation drove it in Hanover Street and Mount Leb. We're going 45% regular ed, 55% special ed. So in this budget, the total cost is about $120,000 split between those two. In Hanover Street and Mount Leb, you'll see like part of the decrease in regular ed is because it was 100% regular ed in previous years. And we think for consistency, we should go 45% regular ed, 55% special ed. So that's the only thing I wanted to say about the personnel part.
I think the other thing that came up when we were having our budget discussions, so you also will notice that there's a significant increase in the health insurance, and tied to the discussion about paras, it's very common in our district for paras, like one of the retention and ways to draw quality paraprofessionals is because we have good insurance, and they tend to have families. So there's a cost to that.
Insurance in every case, if it's somebody in the building, it counts what they've chosen. If it's a new ad, as you know, I put it in as a family plan, and you save money if they go 2-person or whatever. So.
I have a question about this behaviorist. This is one person who's doing special education part of the time and behaviorism the other part?
So that this person would have a caseload of students, some special education, some not. All students would be assigned to that person because of behaviors that they're exhibiting or behaviors that they've exhibited at some point that cause.
So it's more like a more specialized special education person as opposed to a person who's sort of generally available for behavior issues?
Say that again?
It seems like to me, it seems like what you're saying is it's a special education person who has additional training in this.
It's training or just, I would say this would be a good question for probably Ben or Aaron, but
That could help with
Specif-
like the behavior plans,
Yeah.
and that could work,
I don't know
kind
if there
of in
would-
the RTI model,
Yeah.
so preventative before special ed, so. help-
experience or like I don't know the term for like a knack for helping out students that need that kind of help. I don't know if it would be special training or not.
But we were looking at his caseloads, projecting they will be rising next year and the next couple of years from the kids coming from the elementary. So this will help alleviate the case management for some of the special education teachers too.
So this isn't, because you used to have like a star teacher, right, or star paraeducator. So this is over and above the star special educator?
Indeed.
Or para-
So, you're right.
para.
So we have paraeducators who staff the STAR room. There's 2 of them right now, and they split the day. This person would probably spend a lot of time in the STAR room, but would be available if a student was dysregulated to go around the building and help them, or ideally more be in the classroom with them, observe kind of what are some of the triggers that get some of these students off task or, dysregulated. And they would be spending time observing the students, working with the students in class, and as these things happen, like working them through the strategies and the techniques that they've been coached on to, like, all right, like take a deep breath and all those other things that we say to our students. And we part of our philosophy is to have the STAR room available for students who don't kind of reach this level of dysregulation, but just need a break or need to go need a break, whether self-assessed or a teacher's asking them to go take a break. So we want to keep the STAR room as is. It's working pretty well for the vast majority of our students. And then for those that need that extra support, that's what this position would be helping.
And so I guess I'm having trouble following the FTE math here. So in the write-up, it says adding a part-time special educator and adding a part-time behavioralist, but you envision that this would be the same person that you
Correct.
hire, but for budgeting, you're splitting it 0.5 between the two?
0.55 and 0.45. I wrote
Yeah.
that like 10 different times, back and forth, and that's where I landed. So it could have been adding what it ends up saying over here, with the budget part, special educator / behaviorist, but that's all the same thing.
Okay, and
I
so
wasn't sure how to work
the
it.
119 salary, that's the fully
All in
loaded
cost.
benefits and
Right.
salary for a 1.0 FTE
Right.
that has several different hats.
Mhm.
Right.
Or 2
I would have
hats.
liked to put it in one spot. Instead, I had to put it in and times 45.
Right,
Times-
but,
so,
okay, just
yeah.
trying to get the,
Our first iteration of the budget, they asked for 2 positions. Ben, myself, Karen, Tom talked that, can we do this with one, with having this behavior person, very similar with the elementary, that has that special ed background but can help out with behavior across the school. So that was one of the changes. And just to let people know, this was a position that was asked for last year with prior administration, but didn't have as much backup and data based on for the needs. So Principal Harkins and his team put together and just really was able to kind of advocate for about the amount of time that are spending on a small amount of students, and the amount of time those students may be disrupting their class, and then or those students are out of class themselves. So our goal is to reduce that.
I just wanted to clarify one point. I think that in the narrative, or maybe in your words, you had said like you're asking for an additional 5th grade instructor, but I think just to clarify, my understanding is that we are moving
Yeah.
a.
I didn't put it on the ad list because there is a
Yeah,
5th grade
we're
instructor in
moving
here,
it
but
from-
it's down in Hanover Street.
Right, just to move with the bigger class that's coming in and everything else, so got it, great. Just wanted to make sure I had that. Thank you.
Other questions for Tom?
Actually, this is just an enrollment question. I noticed there's a big bump between 6 and 7. Is there a school that only runs
Grantham.
6? Okay, I figured there was something like that. Okay.
Tom, could you talk a little bit about your 1100-642 line? It's software. It's increased significantly, but your actuals are pretty low, and I didn't know if that was just a mistake or it needs to go up that much.
What page?
It's page 12.
Page 12, thank you.
So we moved some reading services from the special education budget to the regular education budget, and the 5th grade social studies curriculum, which was previously grant funded now, has been added to the budget. So that's that. I don't know why I said so. That's the end of my sentence.
Karen?
I'm laughing at some of the names of some of the software.
I was just going to add, an additional factor is we removed a line from the SAU budget for ARC software, which was supporting through the middle school our previous ELA program, which we are no longer leveraging. So that's another savings in a different section of the budget that's then some subset of that savings is reflected as an increase in that software line.
Other questions for LMS? I'll look at your facilities thing after.
Projects for the middle school, plans for rooftop garden.
Can I pause you there? We're working to change the language to outdoor classroom from rooftop garden, please.
I guess it is technically outdoors, that's true.
It is outdoors.
It does make it a little more
And we
palatable.
want it to be a classroom
Yeah,
more
it
than a
does.
garden. That's what the goal is.
I agree with the marketing change.
Yeah.
As you know, when this building was built, there was a garden on the roof that has not been, we've not had a lot of success making anything grow there. So these would be, it's actually like to pay a consultant / architect or someone to come up with an idea of a usable space for an outdoor classroom, right?
Yes.
The athletic field road, and you can talk more about this, John, but basically, I don't think we can get an ambulance up there very well, right, if we needed one?
Yeah, especially when it rains.
Yeah, so it's just not road bed quality. Outlets in the ceiling for the STEM classroom and sinkhole repairs in athletic fields. It frustrates me to even have to say that, but there are places up there with sinkholes and we need to fix them.
So I have a question about that and the sinkhole repairs, because for most of, I know, last year, the softball field was unusable due to drainage problems and it was always too wet, and I don't know at the LMS. And so I'm wondering, I mean, replacing the sinkholes, but is there a bigger issue or something that we should be thinking about? Because basically we have one field that can be used sometimes for only about 3 weeks of the entire season, and the team is always trying to find new places to practice or practice in the gym. So it seems like there's an overall problem with drainage still up there that maybe needs to be addressed rather than just filling in sinkholes.
I don't know if this is my
No,
place
I
to,
think-
I think what was going on, I don't know, what I heard is that one of the sprinklers was like, had a leak or a hole or something, so it wasn't just drainage, it was just, there was water constantly coming onto the field all day, like whatever, at a slow pace or something. So I believe, is that right? Yeah. Okay, and that's been fixed?
I think, I think it was probably two things, right?
I think it is twofold. I think the sprinkler thing made it worse, and there are also drainage problems that probably require a larger scale project. So I have a lot of things on the list with Todd Holmes, who does from Valley Turf, who manages our fields, that we want to implement into our CIP, and haven't gotten to it yet. But I think in the next couple of years, we want to maybe in the next budget do some pretty serious drainage improvements to the softball field, because I know that was a big issue.
So I guess where are the sinkholes occurring up there in that?
They're kind of on those main practice fields, like closer to the athletic building as you go out. They kind of pop up, at the beginning of every season. I was only here for one season, but I was told there were a few that had popped up, and I've heard that it's happened. And I think also sometimes around the sprinkler heads, the ground kind of erodes a little bit, so we propped up some of those, and we'll continue to do that. I don't know if down the road we'll want to do a larger scale project. I know it's only 13 years old, so for now
Not
we're...
even that, because we have turned the softball field once, and the field that has the sprinkler systems, those were done after the fields were in place in order to make them more usable. And so the reason the middle field doesn't have the sprinkler system is because we only opted to do one.
Got it.
So those fields have been done and redone.
Wendy, you can refresh my memory, but I don't think we I'm not saying, it sounds like I want to spend all kinds of money, but I don't think we did any drainage work so much as we put topsoil down for the first time, and then we bought turf.
Yeah, because it was so sandy, and
Yeah.
so that's part of why we put the sprinkler system in, I think, is to preserve that. And the softball field was in the wrong direction with the sun, and so it was completely turned.
But I thought there was also work, because when you get back towards the softball field, there used to be like a dip, and then there was like a river that would run through it, and that was part of the redesign, and that kind of went away. I mean, the dip is not as severe and not as wet, so I do think some drainage was probably done back in the redesign.
They've been very expensive.
Got it.
But I guess I want to make sure that we're thinking of the overall I mean, I get fixing a sinkhole would be important for liability, people, player injury, public injury going up to the games, but I just want to make sure that we have it on our radar that there is an overarching problem, and just keep throwing money to, Band-Aid approaches is probably not the best use of taxpayer dollars.
Is this one of those things that preventative maintenance person would be able to tackle and perhaps save us some money on?
I think so.
Great.
I hope so.
That would be good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for LMS and Tom?
Can we go back to the outlets in the ceiling? What are we plugging in? I mean, our building's not so old here, so,
In the tech ed room, I can't remember, do you remember what he's trying to plug in?
I'm going to get you a seat,
Nobody
John.
nobody told you to sit down.
Sorry. Thought I was off the hook. He would like basically ceiling mounted drops for outlets, so they can do whatever they do
I
in
know,
their class.
I don't remember. When he told me it made sense.
Basically, right now in this classroom, there's not really good outlet coverage, and so they have extension cords that are strung around the room, and we've been fighting them on that and saying you can't do that, but that's the way it's laid out. So we would basically put 4, ceiling outlets in the ceiling that come down, so that way it reduces the tripping hazard, and it's just a more usable classroom for what they're doing.
Some kind of tools. I'm really sorry. I don't have a better answer for that. I can get it for you, but I don't know.
Okay, other questions for Tom? In the middle school? And or John? While he's here. Okay, all right, so we are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate that. Okay, we are a little bit behind on our break. We're gonna go ahead and.
Take a break. He is, yeah. Let's take a break.
Okay, we're gonna take a break, only do a 10-minute break, and we're gonna go into non-public. We'll take a quick break, and then we're gonna go into non-public, and then we'll come back. It will not be that long of non-public, most likely. And then we'll be back on schedule for the elementary schools after that.
So we need to date to go into non-public.
So,
they come back.
yeah, so we're gonna take a 10-minute break, we'll come back here, vote to not go to non-public, we'll go to non-public, and then we'll come back. Everybody on board? Sure. You get a little bit of break, go. We'll be back here. call this meeting back to order, and we're going to go into non-public.
Make a motion to go into non-public under NHRSA 91A 32K.
Okay, motion by MJ. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Richard. We need a roll call vote. Kevin?
Yeah.
Jessica? Yes. Richard?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
MJ?
Yes.
I'm a yes. John?
Yes.
Yes.
Wendy, yes. Tia, yes. Excellent. Okay. Sorry, I lost the names. All right. We'll go over. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Where are we?
But it made me jittery and
Elementary.
a bit weird.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to come back to order. Thank you for your patience, everyone in the room and on Zoom. We appreciate your waiting for us. So we are going to move on to the elementary school's budget presentation, which I believe they are doing together.
Hi.
And can you hear me okay?
You want to just talk a little closer to that for the people online.
How's that? Is that better?
That's awesome. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go first, and then Katie's going to go second. The reason we decided to present together is we're trying to be very careful to keep everything sort of equitable and consistent between the two schools. So I'm going to start with Hanover Street School, and then I'll pass it. Well, maybe then we'll do questions, and then I'll pass it over. So as you all know, this is just the beginning of my second year, so I just wanted to start by saying that I did have a wonderful first year. I was incredibly impressed with the dedication of not only the staff, but also our amazing PTO and our families. And I was trying to think of kind of an example of what that looks like. So Friday was sort of a perfect example of all those things coming together. So on Friday, we had our school sing. So that's just kindergarten through second for us, and we had over 70 parents showed up for school sing, which is a lot. That's this point in the year because we've had a lot of them. At the same time, we had PTO was at the school, and they were delivering books, dictionaries to the third graders. And we also had a surprise celebration for some of our staff that ran Finding Our Stride. The team won a New Hampshire Team Award for Finding Our Stride, so that was happening at the same time. And then, of course, hopefully you all know that we had the Lion King production. So we have a ton of staff and an incredibly dedicated parent leading the whole thing with parent volunteers every day to put on this show. So that seemed like kind of a good description of how much it matters. So that's sort of an example of sort of the dedication that I've seen. And on the same sort of vein, I also wanted to say a thank you to the community sort of at large for the renovation project. It really, really has had a great impact on the school. Even though the new classrooms have gone to second grade, the actual positive impact is much larger because it means the rooms that they left have allowed us to spread out things like the reading teams, speech and language. So the additional project that we did as part of the renovation has given bright, sort of new, fresh spaces and offices to our nurse, our school counselor, the psychologist, the student support center. We now have kind of a sensory room, which is more of our proactive side. So just a huge thanks to everyone. On sort of a lighter cosmetic sort of side, it also means the school's beginning to kind of look like an elementary school. So we really do appreciate it. So on that note, that leads us to the coming budget. So across the board, our sort of bottom line for the school budget is up 2.5%, or about $200,000. The way that sort of breaks down at a high level, and then we can go through the details, is of the $200,000, about $140,000 of that is due to, we have added back in what we've traditionally done, which is to renovate one classroom every year. You may remember that that was not in the budget last year because we were able to blend that into the renovation project. So that has gone back in the budget. So that's about $140,000 of the increase. And then the net sort of increase on the staffing front is about the other $50,000. Breaking down kind of the what goes underneath that net increase on the staffing side, there are a few changes that have sort of rolled up to that $50K increase. So in order to keep our class size numbers consistent with Mount Leb's, we are going to be going down a teacher for, at least in the budget, that's what we've proposed for next year. But we also have one big change coming which is that it looks like, based on what we know of students who are going to be entering our school in kindergarten of next year, that our intensive needs program, which in the document I call the INP program, will be about doubling in size next year for us. And all of the students enrolled in the INP program or contained in the INP program actually all come with a one-on-one. So we will have to increase the number of paraeducators in the building by a fair number to make sure that we are covering all of the needs of those students. So for us, that's probably what I see for next year as the biggest impact item on clearly both the budget, but also on the building itself. So we had to also put into sort of more like the supplies, textbooks, furniture sort of lines, also some items on the special ed side to outfit another space for 7 of these children. So we offset that with some deductions in furniture and whatnot to make sure that we could net out at least the non-staff part of that to about a flat line. I did notice one thing before I take questions. On the back of my budget explanation, somehow we dropped a negative sign. So it's a small number, but just on the very back we had put in the 5 budget drivers, sort of the larger numbers. The first 2 have to do with staff. So again, you'll see the increase from the special ed paraeducators. The second line, you'll see the decrease from the teacher. But the third line is actually a decrease. So it says decrease, but there should be a negative sign in front of the 6,000, which offsets the final 2 lines, which we have a new program. You'll see both of the elementary schools put in a little extra money for what's called spellography books, as well as some money in for our SEL program called Miss Kendra. So the furniture decrease will offset those to get at least that part of the budget to kind of a zero growth. And then I think I'll just open for questions and then pass it off to Mount Leb.
Can you just tell me what you were expecting as far as number of classrooms per grade level?
So I don't, I would say if I were to guess, because we guessed last year and we ended up switching which grade was going to be down a teacher. So I would say...
Are you anticipating, where are you anticipating that?
Yeah, so I would say at this point, if based on what I know now, if you said what is it going to look like, I would say it's probably 4 teachers in K1, 2, and 3 and 3 and 4.
Say that again.
There'll be 4 teachers in kindergarten, 1st and 2nd,
Yep.
and 3 teachers in 3rd and 4th.
So,
But-
can I, sticking with that teacher theme, I'm having a little trouble following the math because
Okay.
you said decrease 1 teacher's salary because they're moving to LMS, but then 2 teachers supposedly are moving from MLS into, and so wouldn't the net actually be a 1 positive teacher?
That's actually a great question. So just to clarify, because we have a little bit of a timing issue when you think about the budget. So this current year, we had the equivalent of 2 positions from Mount Leb this current year went from Mount Leb to replace some teachers that so we had teachers retire, and instead of hiring, we brought over 2 positions out of Mount Leb. So that happened this year. But my teacher numbers did not go up. I just didn't go outside and hire. Instead, we transferred someone from Mount Leb.
Which is why there's a decrease in the Mount Leb budget.
So the Mount Leb is because you're now adjusting the budget to recognize
Right.
that
Yes.
you got it, because it happened after the budget was developed last year.
Right.
Happened in
Correct.
August.
So it happened in August, so they're actually in Mount Leb, those 2 teachers are in Mount Leb's current budget this year, so she'll be well below her budget because they've come over to fill 2 retirement positions out of my building instead of hiring from outside. So that's why you don't see the increase in my line, because we had those openings anyway, we didn't add teachers, and you will see the decrease next year in your budget, but you're getting the benefit this year.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
And this might be more of a Karen question, because it's about Ms. Kendra. So I know that Ms. Kendra, Kay Jankowski had secured a grant to help fund this. I maybe missed something. I didn't realize we're gonna have the 2,500, which is not that much for the amount of work. D-Turk is a great team. They're great. I'm just curious if this is going to be a yearly expenditure
in the duration, how many years? Or is this just this year? Do you want to answer? You can answer.
Somebody answer.
We asked DHMC about this, and they were able to cover it for the first year, and then they asked for us to try to cover it for the second year to do
Okay.
kindergarten and first grade. And if, so for the entire district, it's $5,000. And so the hope is next year, if we like it, we'll do kindergarten, we're going to do kindergarten, first grade. And then if we want to continue it, then we'll have to always pay $2,500 each school if we continue the program.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it was grant funded by them this year.
They don't have $5,000, they can help us out. Yeah.
Yeah, and the one thing I would say, so we are piloting it this year just in kindergarten with no expense to us, and we will have to visit whether or not it makes sense. But if we do continue it and expand it, we have to pay next year.
So you mentioned doubling in the number of INP students incoming. Is that going from 3 to 6, or what's the?
Oh, that's a good question. So we will probably be picking up at least 7 INP students. There might be a few more there, but I would say probably at a minimum, we're looking at 7. And if we want to go to Mount Leb, and then after she answers Mount Leb specific, we can answer any others that apply to both if you'd like.
Okay, well, good morning. This is my 4th year as principal, so I've been doing this for a few years. I want to thank you guys for your time and your support for Mount Leb. We are running a pretty smooth ship this year. We haven't had a whole lot of changes, except that we did go down 2 classroom teachers, which the one in the summer was, our staff recovered well, but it was a little bit of a shock for them at the beginning of the year. But we're a strong team, and we recovered, and we're doing well. And the class sizes that were the larger, we decided to move a 2nd grade teacher, or it was actually a 1st grade teacher, and then I chose to go to 2 2nd grade teachers, and we did add a para so they could each have a para in their classroom, and they have 18 students each in those classrooms now. And they're busy, but they're working well. So we, as you've seen in our budget, we do not have, so we didn't have any big renovation, but we still love our renovation. Our PTO does just such a phenomenal job. They're a small group, but they really support our schools, and they did a really great thing for all the teachers the first 6 weeks of school. They brought something in every week, and it was well received. So we don't have a very big budget. Our budget is a decrease. Our biggest expenses, you'll see there's a decrease, and Karen spoke to this earlier, an $8,000 decrease, and that should also have a negative next to it, because we are no longer using ARC materials, but we did increase in our consumable instructional materials, and that is because of spellography and different things that we need to be able to budget for. So those are my big increases. We are going, as you see, a huge decrease. We went down 2 classroom teachers. I'm not anticipating needing to refill those this next year. However, note, next year I will need to. Probably request a teacher if our numbers continue to rise, but I don't need them for this next year.
Can you just go through, like we did with Hannah,
Yeah.
like what you have, how many classes per grade level?
Currently?
Yeah. Or
For next year.
Or in this budget?
In this budget, I have 3 kindergarten, 3 first, 3 second, 2 third, and 2 fourth. And my plan is to move one of my current 3rd grade teachers down to a 2nd grade teaching position. And I've already spoken to the 3rd grade teachers about it, so they're aware that one of them will move down. Was that?
So that means one of them will move down, so you'll only have a single 3rd grade?
I'm sorry, so like this year I have 3 3rd grades, so next year I'll have 2 3rd grades.
Okay, this year you have 3 3rd grades and 2 4th grades?
Yeah, so this year I have 3 kindergarten, 3 first, 2 second, 3 third, 2 fourth.
Got it, thank you. Got
And then I do want to talk a little bit about what we've done for preschool numbers, because I think it's important and it kind of feeds into the intensive needs increase for students there. You guys probably remember last year, we talked about one of our preschool programs we needed to run as a special ed intensive needs, one of our 3-year-old classes. So that was that bubble that moved up to, and they're in our 4-year-old program this year. And we've made it more of an early childhood programming. You'll also notice on our numbers for preschool, it says 58 right now for preschool kids, and that has even changed since I made this document form. We're now up to like 61 preschoolers and that are coming in needing to be evaluated, and then some students are receiving services. So to kind of help with those numbers this year, as you know, we do a lottery for the typical kids, and then for the students that are typical, and then we have a need-based, based on, we have programming available for kids, and it happens in a variety of ways for other students, but we have to keep a 50-50 ratio in those classes, and so once the 50-50 ratio is met, we have to figure out what we're going to do. So this year we've started a Friday program, both a morning program and an afternoon program, to try to help meet the needs of all the students in our district the best we can. So we not only have some kids come in for 4 days programming, 2-day programming, some come in for 1 day a week programming, some come in for just services. So it's a variety, it's a continuum of services for our preschool needs. But there are about 6 or 7 students currently that are would be possibly in the intensive needs programming next year.
And Katie, that Friday, is that also balanced between special education and regular? It's just
No, it's just special education.
Thanks.
And it's busy. So I don't really, so I should also note that we went down our admin assistants in our front office. We just kind of looked at the needs, and when Janet retired at the end of last year, we just kind of looked at what her role was and how I could best, if we could try to have complete the job in less time. And so we were able to hire someone this year for 20 hours a week instead of making it a full-time position, and that's been working. We are just have to be creative in our scheduling, because she works 4 days a week in the middle of the day, and then I use a para to cover the office for when our main admin assistant is out at lunch. So that worked. And then our music teacher is also going down to a 0.8, and we just use some creative scheduling with our essential arts programming, and we have moved. Some of the grades only have music 1 time a week, but then they rotate, like every other week they get a rotate a different time. And that's been working really well. The students still get a lot of time with music, and so we've decreased that position by 0.2.
So I guess,
Yep.
So again, so it sounds like all of the personnel savings that are listed here actually were realized this year,
Yes.
but they
Yes.
were budgeted for at a full,
Yes.
whatever their FTU was.
And now I've gone,
And so
yes.
now it's going down. So it's not
Exactly.
necessarily that you're cutting positions for next year, you're just adjusting the budget to match what is actually
Exactly.
happening in the school
Yes,
today.
that's correct.
And now, when I start doing, next board meeting, when I start doing the monthly updates, hopefully we'll see that we're underexpended in your administrative assistant line.
I hope so. Yeah. I would hope so.
Shouldn't have said that, 'cause I'm like, oh.
And the teachers.
Yeah.
How many retirements are we having or anticipating in our elementary schools for teachers?
Not too many.
I think for elementary, we have 1 at Hanover Street and 0 right now at Mount Lebanon. And it's a lovely gym teacher. Hanover Street.
At Hanover Street, it's a gym teacher?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have one, I don't know if this is a comment or a question, it's kind of both. I think, thinking about the preschool program, and the transition from preschool to kindergarten, and also special education funding, and sort of all the issues that we're seeing around that. And I'm wondering, I guess part of the question is Mr. Nestor having any kind of conversation with you guys. Is there a discussion happening around, I'm going to change this. Let me change the way I'm structuring this statement.
Mr. Nestor, are you listening? Okay.
Having two children who were in the preschool program at Mount Lebanon School who have now transitioned to kindergarten at Hanover Street School, one of whom has a 504 plan, is not, we managed to not do a special ed aspect, but has a 504. I feel like I can very definitively say that the routine, structure, and skills that were developed by the excellent preschool program have been absolutely critical to the fact that he's made a really great transition into kindergarten and hasn't needed additional supports, hasn't had any emotional sort of regulation issues that we, like, it's been very, very smooth. And I think that knowing other parents who are in similar situations with children who have similar needs who did not participate in the preschool program, it has not been as smooth. This is anecdotal, so when we're talking about small enough numbers, it's purely anecdotal, but it has felt quite real that the preschool program has been a really important way to help students get ready for kindergarten and to need fewer supports and potentially be less likely to need heavier interventions, potentially. And so I just wonder if we are having sort of district level conversations about whether budget expenses being shifted more into the early childhood piece would save us money on other fronts.
Well, Jessica, you're absolutely correct. Even if it's anecdotal, the research does back that early childhood, if you invest in early childhood, the special ed expenses as they get older decrease. I mean, it's actually been researched.
Extremely, even anecdotally,
yes.
it's been extremely
It's
clear.
very noticeable. Ben has started a preschool discussion, and they are meeting they're meeting with what we want Lebanon preschool to look like. The numbers are high, and we do try to service as many kids as every kid that comes to us. And yes, and so they are in the middle of they have a preschool committee that are working on what preschool looks like in Lebanon. And they've already met. They just met like last week, right? You want to talk about it?
Oh, and I think just to throw, like, I would love to hear what Mr. Nestor has to say. I think also just anecdotally, I would say that, like, while I think the position of the program is to accept any children that that meet the need, like you guys make room for them. That's certainly been what I feel like I've seen. At the same time, I think the availability of the program the hours have actually shrunk a bit, and I think that what I have also heard anecdotally, as you guys, like, as the planning happens and everything else, there are, I think, children who were not able to participate, who might have really benefited from the preschool program, who weren't able to participate because their parents couldn't make it work because it's such a short program. So that's not meant to be a critical statement.
Yeah.
It's meant to be an
Well, I'm gonna clarify the statement. The hours shrunk, but we added a day. So they didn't really shrink, but they're not long. So it's the same amount of hours. In fact, anything, they've actually increased a little bit over the time since when I first came here, like 10 years ago. It used to be a 3-day-a-week, 3-year-old program, and a 4-day-a-week, 4-year-old program, and around the same hours. But within that, so it's actually 4 mornings for the 3-year-old. It's just not as long of a time period, and then 4 afternoons for the 4-year-olds.
I think that's what I meant, just hours.
Okay.
Hours rather perhaps than
Yeah,
days.
and it's not considered a daycare program. It is considered a preschool program. And if you think of other preschool programs in the area, they typically run around 2.5 to 3 hours a day. They're not all 4-day programs.
I know very few preschool programs that only run for 2 hours. I think this is the only one I've heard of. Most of them offer some kind of an extended set of hours, and I think that it's really hard for people to access a program that would potentially actually save the district money when it is the very very short. I mean, it's basically long enough to run to the grocery store and then come back. It's not long enough for people to actually be working. And so I think this is, I'm not trying to, if there is a conversation going, I think while we think about the budget and the fact that these are potentially programs which save us money, it may be worth us considering that as we look at this holistically going forward. That's all. So.
Yeah, I'll just say we have established a committee. We met, we have established a committee and we met once already, I think last week. We're going to be seeking additional members for that committee, perhaps from the board, community, and all of our schools. So what we're doing in anticipation of what preschool enrollment might look like is preparing several contingency plans or sort of several options for the superintendent and the board to consider as we move into next year and the next budget cycle. So that's one of the products that'll come out of that committee. The other piece is we have, or I have survey data from all the school districts in the region, 15, 18 or so school districts, and what their preschool structures look like, and what they're all doing to manage the increase in referrals from early supports and services and whatnot. So everyone's wrestling with this in the region, and so we're going to try to do something that's at least reasonably in line with what all of our neighbors are doing. Yep.
Thank you. Question. How many, just pure curiosity, how many students that we serve in our pre-K program stay in Lebanon for kindergarten? Like, so do they all transition?
I don't have the,
People come in and use our pre-K?
no, most, unless they move, they're moving out of state, they stay. Yeah. And I think I've said this before, but when we get them from early support services, from Pathways, we start the process at 2.5. So they're invested in the program, and there's a lot of, parents are invested in Lebanon and in the program when we get them. But recently, we've gotten a number of referrals from doctors or families when students are 4 or 4.5. And that is really hard not hard, I mean, we make it work. It's just there's not a lot of space left in the program when they're coming, and then that does make it, they don't have the great 2.5 years of the program to get when they come in that later.
Because our referral service and like.
Wendy, your mic,
I can't hear you. Because there's such a change in childcare in the Upper Valley that people aren't seeing them to identify.
I'm not sure, Wendy. I wish I had the answer, because I would try to fix that.
I just had a question about enrollment projections, and it seems that one building projects in K 50, yet the other building projects 57, and I'm curious to know why and what's the.
Well, John, I went through my numbers. You mean 50 for next year, or like all the way up in 28, 29?
For next year.
Oh, for next year.
It seems like we're using a number for projections.
Mhm.
So one building uses 50 and the other one seems to use 57.
Well, so for Mount Leb, this current year, we have 48 kindergartners, which was kind of a jump from, am I looking at that right? No, wait. Okay, so 20, in kindergarten, we had 40 in 23, 24. And then this year, we have 48. So we've kind of already increased. So I just anticipated, I could have said plus or minus. We could stay at 48, where we could go up to 52. So I just rounded up to 50. I just put it there. We don't really know. You never really know until they show up for kindergarten screening.
I totally understand that. I'm curious to know why we're using a number 50 in one building and 57 in another.
So if you look at the same exact sort of analysis that Katie just walked through, so ours would be the same. If you look over the last few years, we've had 57 in kindergarten. I have no reason to think that it would deviate, give or take a couple kids.
I think the schools are also different.
Geographics.
I think that one is large, like one district is actually larger than the other.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
basically,
so I think
if you take out pre-K,
Yeah.
we're looking at about 200 versus 300. We're looking at 2 to 3 teachers in a grade versus 3 to 4.
Yeah, so Right.
So traditionally, it's just always been bigger, so unless they change the district lines. You will note to the conversation that happened earlier, underneath the enrollment numbers for HSS in particular, I did note this does not take into account any of these fairly large projects that we know are working their way through the process. So, assuming straight line.
So then my follow-up question, just kind of on numbers, if I have everything correctly, it looks like in Hanover Street and in Mount Leb, we're going to be somewhere in the 18 to 20 students per classroom. And then in K1, we're going to be somewhere around 15 or less in our classrooms. But in second grade, it looks like we're going to be around 20 in HSS and 13/14 in MLS. And so why wouldn't we address that?
So currently at HSS, if you look at the projections, because I will have 4 teachers in K1 and 2, those will be 15, more or less. So even second grade will be 15.
Okay.
And then 3 and 4 will be larger, they'll be about 20. And so we're trying to get it to match fairly evenly with Mount Leb.
Okay, so I misheard. Thank you.
Other questions for the elementary schools? We haven't really talked about your facilities requests yet. John? Which we probably. Not that we have a lot of questions about them, but you might as well be up here. Are there questions that people have about the facilities requests for either MLS or HSS or both?
Eddington, do we have any insight
Yeah.
into what additional projects we might be able to do at Hanover Street with the leftover contingency money and interest? We had started to talk about it, we hadn't talked about it in a bit.
I spent some time this week calculating how much money we would have left. Again, I still have to project a few more months. I want to revisit that, but it's looking like, and I talked to Paul Marinese too, it's looking like there'll be somewhere around 200,000 or so. So the plan right now is to address some of this, not any of these projects, but address some of the stuff from the exterior of the building that we'd like to do, like new entrance, not build a new entrance, but new doors, what do they call that? Storefront doors, and some landscaping. But more information coming. I really have to tie down that number to a point where I'm really sure on it, but I think it's going to be around, I think I had 169 the other day, but I want to do it 3 different ways to make sure I come up with the same number. So I don't anticipate us being able to do any of this stuff with that money.
So I guess I do have a question for John. So in the description of Mount Lebanon about repainting the front hallway, I guess we'd like to know a little bit about that, because in the details it says you'll use a summer painter for 20 hours at $50 an hour, but then we put in $7,000, so that would be about $6,000 in materials. So how big of an area is this, or is that just a bad description that was written? It's on page 22 of the MLS report. Kate, you have that.
Just pulling it up on my laptop.
I think what the thinking was, so we do have money in the budget every year for a summer painter guy who does work around the district that's really sort of mains kind of stuff. This would be, if we're going to tackle a specific project, we would need more money for that. Otherwise, basically, that's all you do with the money that we usually budget. So I think that was the idea behind it. So this might actually go into the wage line because we pay the guy as an employee, but we wanted to kind of segment out the project per se. Basically, we would pay him double what we usually pay him. That was the idea.
Yeah, and usually he doesn't work for us for the whole summer. You know, we have a set amount of money set aside for him, so this would be project in addition to the regular kind of paint touch-ups he does around the district.
But I guess, I mean, the way the math works, it looks
Yeah.
like you'd spend $6,000 in paint and $1,000 in labor. So I guess that's the part I'm questioning, like, how big is this area? What are we exactly painting? And is this number actually a good number?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we are, the goal would be to repaint the entire front hallway of Mount Web, which was requested. So it's an estimate. It may be slightly larger than it needs to be. I can try to come up with a better calculation for the paint costs, but I wanted to make sure we set aside enough to complete it. It is a large amount of hallway that we do. And, I also think with the wainscoting things, we might need to, I believe, is it blue currently? Blue. So we need to prime the whole hallway and then probably do at least 2 coats.
We want it to match the same cream white color that's in the NPR area, so it all kind of matches and looks a little brighter.
So it's not necessarily, it's like cosmetic thing, not necessarily a required maintenance item.
Yes.
Correct.
Can I go back one? Sorry. Sorry, Leah and Katie. How many classrooms in our elementary schools have regular ed paraeducators, just out of curiosity?
So this is a nuanced question, so it's a little complicated. So there's a classroom para for every kindergarten room, first grade room. They share 3 and second grade. There are 4 in K, 4 in 1, 3 in second, 3 in third, 2 in fourth. But we had a lot of students move in August who needed one-on-ones. So the equivalent of 4.5 of those regular ed classroom paras are this year working as special ed paras with one-on-one students. In other words, so for instance, in years past, the third grade classroom paras would actually be classroom paras. But this year in each of those rooms, there's a new student to us who came in with the need for a one-on-one, and so that's what they are doing. So that's why it's kind of a hard question to answer. It's not as clean as it used to be. So all over the building, the fourth grade classroom paras, the third grade classroom paras, 1 or 2 of the second grade and 1 kindergarten para are acting as one-on-ones.
And I think part of the nuance of that is those of you who sat in the Hanover Street budget presentations in October, with these these students coming in who have severe needs, she said there's probably going to be 7, so the original budget had 7 special ed paras in it. And so this one has 3 because this conversation about the utilization of paras is baked sort of into the conversation. We're asking for 3, but we're probably going to need more than that in the kids coming in, and the rest we'll figure out, essentially.
So then are we transitioning those numbers, so are those paras reflected, those paras that are being used as one-on-ones, are they in the regular ed?
Yes.
Yes, they are currently in the regular ed para line because they are classroom paras, but because we are short-staffed, we are having them work with one-on-one students. So in the budget and as they're...
Para line looks larger.
Yes. What if we move people around, the final number will be smaller in the regular ed para line, and even for this year, honestly, they're being paid out of the regular, I have to check with Heidi, but I'm assuming they're being paid out of the regular ed line unless we've officially moved them permanently over to special ed. So when we do the expenditures for this year, there's probably people who are being paid out of the regular ed line that are in practice doing special ed. And we can move that if that's all they're going to do this year, but it becomes like moving 2 weeks worth of their salary to special ed or whatever.
Right, our reg ed para line is large, so it's reassuring to know that we've got special ed paras embedded in that line.
Yeah.
Then
I know it's not.
Thinking that that's not true.
Yeah, so it is complicated. One of the reasons we did not consider reclassifying, because that's one thing we could have done, is that it is not as cut and dry as the third grade classroom para in this room is working the whole day as a one-on-one. So we would have to go with percentages for all of the folks we've pulled in, because we've tried to always give every teacher at least some classroom para time if possible. So they may be special ed for 5 hours of the day and classroom para for 2.
So I have a question. How much para development or professional development is available to these people who had to move from regular ed to special ed?
It's a great question, and I would, the short answer would be not enough.
Yeah.
That being said, we did, on our next, I think 2 weeks from now on our half day, we are putting, we do have training for the classroom paras. We have someone who's going to work with our folks who's a BCBA to help them with some training around how to handle some of the behaviors, because it's not something that they've been doing as much as the special ed paras have, so it's very complicated.
And
It's a very hard job.
Our last PD for the paras was based on, for special ed and behavior as well too, so, and they all have access to online learning as well in terms of modules for de-escalation and the CPI and things like that.
So
go ahead.
there was just one more piece that I'm kind of interested in, and that's not just teachers, but paras. When they deal with these behaviors, they have limits, and then they get to be in a trauma zone. So the adults are also going through as much as some of the kids are when they have children like that, and they don't have the professional development to work with them. So I want to know what our district does to support that.
Sure. So I know the building levels have paraprofessional meetings for support at the district level for those, especially we have EAP supports as well. But again, we are pushing back through robust professional learning. We did have a BCBA do a training for all paraprofessionals at our November date, and then that ongoing training and support.
Thank you.
John, do you want me to answer your question about paras at Mount Leb?
That'd be great.
Okay, so at Mount Lebanon School, it's also a little wonky just because of how we use our paras. But in kindergarten, every class has a regular ed para. In first grade, 2 of our classes have a regular ed para. The third class, the regular ed para, also acts as a shared special ed para. And that is because I have another student in there that has a one-on-one, and I didn't want to put 4 adults in that class. So, and then in second grade, each class has a paraprofessional that supports both. It's through regular ed, but they support students, ELL students, regular ed students, special ed students. And then in third grade, we have 2 special ed paras. And then I'm going to go back. In third grade, we have 3 special ed paras, but one of them floats between as needed to cover IEP needs in all the different classes. So 3 classrooms, yeah, I'll just say 3 class special ed. Yeah, they're all special ed, so no regular ed. And then in 4th grade, no regular ed, all special ed. It's very complicated, and we do try to really meet the student IEP needs first, even though it would be wonderful to say that we have classroom paras, and when I originally came, there was like 2 regular ed paras and, you know, a shared one in 4th grade and a shared one in 3rd grade, but that's not really possible when you have students on IEPs that need extra support. We need to make sure we're supporting those kids first.
I just have a follow-up on something that Leah mentioned, but I think both of you can answer. You said you try and split the time so that they have, say, 2 hours of a classroom para and 5 hours of a one-on-one. Do you have an idea of how much classroom para support teachers are getting per day or per year? I mean, per day or per week?
So We do know, if that's what you mean. So like in a second grade room, I have a classroom, there's a classroom para there. I know that she is also covering student X who has 3 hours of support, student Y who has 1, but it's shared, so and I know that by each person. Yeah, so we keep a spreadsheet so we can look, so that we can be somewhat equitable between the classes.
Yeah, so then you could sort of say, oh, this is, I mean, not now, not this minute, but you could say this teacher is getting X number of hours per day or X number of hours per week of regular classroom para help with all of this sharing going on.
Yeah,
So
and that's how we know that there's 4.5 equivalent hours of 4.5 actual people, even though it's not spread, it's not 4.5 total people, it's across. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just be interested to know that for both of you, I think, to know the hours.
Are you asking us to write down our hours of what the paras are doing for regular ed versus special ed? Is that what you're
I
asking?
think that would be helpful too, in just the tasks that they do as we look at that. I know both Ben and Karen too is just, we're wanting to make sure that our students being instructed by teachers, but what the specific tasks our paras are doing, especially, I know we're complying with IDA and the services within their one, but more of that regular ed one. I think that would be helpful, just as we look to see as the structure and how we use paraprofessionals within our district. I think it's really important.
I think it also applies to middle school.
And middle and high school as well, too.
And I think for me, I think I agree with all those things. I think the thing I'm interested in specifically with the elementary schools, I'm interested in it for all of the schools, but specifically for the elementary schools, is because we're talking about equity and equity for the kids. I think we want to talk about equity for the teachers as well, right? So what kind of support are we giving our teachers at Hanover Street School? What kind of support are we giving our kids, our teachers at Mount Leb? And I would just be interested to see what that is. And again, to me, it's more of an informational thing than anything else. I just want to know.
Yeah, I think Katie and I both keep this spreadsheet that sort of shows for each of our regular ed paras what they're doing that's a special ed. And we did look through it so we can get you the actual hours, but I would say general across the buildings, we look pretty consistent that our 3rd and 4th grade para time is almost all special ed para time. Our KN1s are almost all classroom para time, and 2 is kind of a mix of both. And that we did check to make sure it looks the same across the schools.
That's helpful. Thank you. Other questions for our elementary folks and/or John?
So I have a question about that then, I think. I'm formulating a thought.
Okay.
So when we think about classroom size, though, K through 1, we've got, so you're saying we've got 15, 16-ish kids, and we have a teacher and a regular para supporting those 15 kids. By the time they get to 4th grade, we've got 20 kids and no real teacher support for those 20 kids. Okay.
Yes. Yep.
In that K-1, there might be additional special ed pairs too, so we do have, as Katie mentioned before, we could have 4 adults for 15 kids in a classroom.
Right. Okay. Processing that thought.
Anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you all very much. John, I guess you're released for the next little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, but not actually.
I call you back. All right. Let me get back to my thing here. Okay. Where are we on the number? Yeah. Yes, we're at lunch. So we're going to let's take a 10-minute break to get lunch. Lunch is going to be like eating here while we're chatting. So go ahead, get lunch, take a break, and we will come back here at 12:05 and go back into additional discussion. Okay? I know, we were changing that. It's working. It's a working lunch. It is a working lunch. We're keeping with it. I'm just giving you. All right.
right.
So, the next thing on our agenda is further board discussion, where we're talking about general things we want to talk about with this budget. Does anybody want to ask any more questions of anyone as we've been going along? Oh, MJ has some questions, but they're for Tim, so we're going to give Tim a minute.
Go faster, go faster.
I have one.
Okay.
About the responsive classroom that was mentioned in both elementary schools.
Excuse me, the responsive classroom?
Yes, that training. So we had that in the past, and so I want to know, like, where is the training coming from?
Sure, I know it's being paid
And will
out
it
of,
be for everybody?
yes, it's being paid out of Title IV-A for that, and I'll now turn it over to Karen, who has all those other details.
That's a great question. We have, as you know, 3 professional days built into the calendar at the end of this school year. So we'll use one of those full days to provide workshop training in responsive classroom to all pre-K to 4 educators and paraeducators. That's the plan. We plan to offer, we hope to offer, optional additional training opportunities over the summer for educators who want to deepen their knowledge, and all of that is being funded with title grant funds, as Amy said.
Thank you.
He's ready for a salad.
So when I look at the overall budget by object, one of the biggest drivers of the budget increase of taking up about 44% of it is purchased professional services. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what types of things run through professional services?
Yeah, that's a good question. And
Sorry, purchased professional services.
Yeah, it's object 300, 400, 500. And obviously the details in the sheets, I can even break out that object sheet more if you want to see, but I broke it down that way because that's the way the state likes to see it. Unfortunately, it's a big catch-all, so it would be everything from snow plowing to special ed tuition to constellations. It's basically all of our, almost all of our contracts. So supply with WB Mason wouldn't be in there because that'd be supply, but anything we pay someone to provide for us is in there. And it's, when you do the object, it's a lot. So our tuition to HACTC, for example, is one of those, so.
I have a separate question, not related to that. In terms of healthcare, and this isn't something we could do anything about right now, but I was curious about it. I know that some employers offer a cash payment for people who do not take their health care, who fully decline health care. Is that something that we do?
Yes, we offer, and it's in all the bargaining units. We used to offer 25% of the premium, but because the premium goes up every year, they got expensive. So I think all but the administrative assistants now are on a cash back of somewhere around 3 for single, 6 for family, 8 for.
So we just make a payment to them?
Yeah, they have to prove to us, they have to provide us documentation of what their insurance is because we're required to offer insurance under Affordable Care Act. So they have to prove to us that they have insurance by filling out a form, and if so, then we give them a cash back.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
And that's all outlined in the CBA. True.
Correct. They're all in the CBAs, and if someone's taking cash back for this year, that's what's in here. Now, that could be, it doesn't really bite us usually, but if you have cash back for a family plan this year, we're giving you $8,000, but you switch to the family plan next year during open enrollment, the premium to us is $34,000, so that will be a deficit in the budget. We budget based on what you've chosen right now. Xavier runs all that during open enrollment. Also, there's not too many, but if both people work for the district, we provide free health care because we're only buying one plan. That's the theory behind that. So that's how we got John here, because John and his wife both work for us. So.
So I just have a general statement. I'll just sort of start by saying I'm not freaked out about this budget in any way. But I've been listening to the city budget, or a few of the city budget presentations, and part of their presentations have included if there were going to be cuts, before the counselors consider the budget, or as a way for the counselors to consider their budgets. It's like they've been given 2 percentages decreases to just sort of go through the process of like identifying those areas, which is how they've come up with like libraries, the pool, those kinds of things. And there's a clear reaction, obviously, when we're talking about libraries and pools and things like that. So it might be helpful to our public more than maybe me to say, if we were to cut 500,000, what are those cuts? And if we wanted to go further, if we were going to cut $1 million, what would we consider? Not as a way to say, like, these are things that are expendable, but more that this is the true impact to our education and our educational experience, and are we comfortable with those as a community? Is a thought that's coming to my mind in just thinking about our process, city process, and is that useful?
I think it's useful. I think caution too, and I think once we put things on the table, then we got to be comfortable then those going off. I think that's something I can bring back my team to talk to about, and to see if everything that's in all of our proposals are necessary and not going to impact, like I said, the students are the North Star. Supports our students. We need infrastructure and facilities and all of that pieces. So, I mean, we can certainly do something like that. I
worry about those things too. I think though it becomes very palpable to our community if we say reducing our budget by 500,000 has a real impact, and the only way for us to do that is if we do blah blah blah. I'm not personally seeing any place to do that. So I can't imagine that can be done without impacting something significant. I would like to have that as a talking point when we're presenting that, maybe.
And what was the,
I don't know.
and what was the, we've talked about this before and I just need to remember, if we reduce it by 500,000 or reduce it by $1 million, what is the tax impact of that? We've discussed this before, but I always forget the number.
Yeah, so 2.7 million is $1 on a per thousand tax rate. So what's the math? 325 is 50 cents. So $500,000 is 25 cents.
25 cents. Okay.
I guess I think it's really important for us to have ways to talk to the community about how we are being careful with their money and what things we think about when we do that. I think there's a lot of ways to do that. One of them would be talking about like the difference in tax rates between different decisions. But I guess it's always, like in any situation, a good way to get people riled up and involved is to throw out really contentious ideas. I think that's like, in any situation, that's a great way to get people, quote unquote, involved, is to put out there really contentious things. I think that comes with some pretty substantial risks that to me are better handled in the school district by routinely demonstrating that we are conservative and careful in our planning. And I think I would prefer, like my preference, and I think my sort of feeling of a better strategy would be to show evidence of our continued conservative and careful sort of planning, rather than raise sort of emotional like raise the emotional temperature for the sake of having people have a reaction to it. I think there's a lot of ways of doing these things, but I think that we have a lot of ways to tell a really clear story. I mean, I think that, like, to me, going through the fact that, like, these are the meetings that we've had, this is where we started in terms of our budget discussions. As we went through our process, these are the things that we sort of removed, this is where we got to, this is where it is relative to the default. I think there's ways to have that narrative, and I think that in general, this community is pretty, I think there is actually a lot of trust in the school board, for the most part, in this community, that it is a pretty careful, not the school board, in the district, that it's pretty conscientious. I think our best route forward to me is to continue to be conscientious and to continue to sort of show our care. So I think it's not, I realize you're sort of just, I get that you're sort of saying, like, this is, how do we communicate about these things? How do we communicate about the impact? I totally get that. I think there's a lot of different ways to do that, though I think ones that are raise the emotional temperature, to me, are not inherently positive.
I think that I agree, and the reality is, in part, like at some level we need to go through that exercise, because at the deliberative session, if there was enough people that said we want to reduce the budget by $500,000, like, they would not even have to speak. They would be by a dollar amount versus like a specific line item at that point. But we would want to understand what that
would look like.
But I mean, I don't know. Like,
I one of the reasons why we sort of asked, this is like a behind the curtain thing, one of the reasons we asked for different narratives this time around, I think, from the buildings, was to sort of move us in the direction of kind of what you're talking about, Jessica, of let's do a little bit more to, A, discuss what are the drivers of our budget, B, what are the constraints that we're facing, so separating out this is what is our part of it, and this is a personnel part of it, and this is a benefits and wages part of it. I think that is helpful for people to see. I think we can still move further in that direction of doing a little bit more to celebrate the accomplishments, the things that have happened or are happening in our schools, has happened this year, are happening every year, because I think we don't do enough to sell ourselves often, to sort of sell what you were talking about. What do we get? What is a Lebanon education? It's a great value. It's a great thing. Let's talk more about what that is. And so I want us to sort of revise these to even be more specific about the great things that are happening in these schools already, because there are many great things that are happening in these schools already. I guess the question is, how much of, there's like 17 questions, I can't figure out which one I think is more important. How do we present what we're doing to the public in a way that makes it clear what they're getting and why, right? And at the same time, how do we make it clear that cuts are always going to impact people in dramatic ways, whatever those cuts are? And I don't have an answer to either of those questions. I do want to say, having sat through some of the budget meetings and talked with the superintendent and gone through these budget numbers, I do want to thank the building administrators and the SAU again for being very conscientious. You can see that that's clear in a lot of ways, and I think that that is reflective of their understanding that we do need to justify everything, and I do appreciate the work that has gone into that, because there has been a lot. And having seen when we are asking people questions in these board meetings, in these budget meetings, they have answers. No one is sitting around saying, well, we're just doing that because we're doing it, or because we've always done it, or because that's something that we did in the past. There's been a lot more discussion of, this is a vital element, and here's why. This is something that we're not going to continue, and here's why. And so I do appreciate the work that has gone into that, which makes it very difficult at this stage to look at this whole thing and say, okay, and now get rid of things, because I think, as you talked about, everything has a cost, a monetary cost, but then also a affecting children cost, which is where it gets difficult for me. I've said nothing. That was helpful.
Could I
Go
just-
ahead. Please do. Please do.
So I've watched, this board do a variety of different things over the, last 10 years, and often hit kind of the capital improvement type plans and projects and cut those directly. And this, my understanding, is the first year that we've actually put all of the CIP projects into the budget. And, I hate to be the one to bring that up, but it's fact, and I do think we have to consider kind of the thinking that Wendy has described. The capital improvement projects add up to $591,000. And this budget, I'm not scared by it, surprised by it either. Our teacher contract is not in this. And whatever that lands at, and they deserve a raise, and they're likely going to get one, right? So that raise is going to go into this budget and be there for however many years we agree to that contract. So with the city conversations, and I've watched some of them as well, I think we have to be very careful, and I think we have to be do our due diligence around these conversations about some of these projects and things that are in here that will not impact students next year. Whether or not we do the front tiles or whatever, that is not going to impact student learning, and we have to consider that, and if we get into a situation where the city is going to stop providing services in a lot of different areas, and the fire department is talking about their staffing and all of those types of things, maybe we need to get together and talk more, which is number one. But perhaps this isn't the year we want to add all of those things into our budget. But just my thoughts.
So to kind of piggyback on that, I think what is our current, because last year, I think it was, we didn't put them in the budget, but didn't we put in a significant amount of money, didn't we, into our capital reserve fund? So I guess I think we also need to couple that with, we're putting $500,000 worth of capital improvement projects. I guess, what is our intention on the capital reserve fund? Because I also don't think you can then go back and say, well, we also, because last year and the previous boards, our desire was to kind of build up the capital reserve fund. So now I think we're either at the point where if we do the projects, we definitely don't ask to put any more into the capital reserve fund, or maybe we dip into the capital reserve fund for a few of these projects that we think are really important, like replacing drafty windows, or that will improve the energy efficiency of our buildings. But I think we need to have a discussion about both ends of the capital reserve fund before we make any decision on what projects we can and cannot fund.
I appreciate you saying that, MJ, and it reminded me of another capital reserve fund, which was the technology fund that's been sitting there, and how we could either expend that on technology, most likely, in our budget, and reduce $200,000 if we wanted to get rid of it, or $100,000, or whatever it is. So there are some options there, I believe, too.
I think one thing I think everything has to be on the table in these conversations. I think one thing to be a little cautious about is that part of the reason that the city is in the situation that it's in, and the reason that the taxes are projected to do what they're going to do, is because they've been depleting their like big funds, and now that's all hitting because those are empty. And so I think I would be a little careful. So I think you can actually get yourself into a pretty tricky situation if you just spend down those funds without ever replenishing them. You can actually wind up in a worse spot than you were initially. I think part of the reason that we made the big ask, and it wasn't that big an ask, it was much lower than we were planning to, for the capital reserve fund last year, was because we're actually way below. We already did deplete that fund, and so we were trying to replenish it. And the idea is that I think we're still well below what our business administrator would recommend we have based on the amount of capital assets that we have. So I think that like we want to be a little, again, we're in a difficult situation budget-wise. We want to be careful with our resources, but I think that that does include not making decisions in the short term that actually kneecap you far worse in the long term. So I think that we need to be careful about that. I think what was the benchmark that we had discussed last year? I think, Tim, was it $1 million recommended to have in the capital reserve fund?
Yeah, I don't think I had any science behind it, but that's the number I gave. We're about, I mean, I presented this back in September, I think, but the building fund has about 1.4 in it after I finally cut the check, which I'm hoping to do next week now the budget's out of the way for the most part. Right, we were supposed to go down almost, if you remember, almost to zero, but because we had some extra money left over for we left 400 grand in there for the track, so that was good. But we're really, in my opinion, we're kind of at a semi-healthy level to handle bigger things. Like again, it's your board, but to take $500,000 out of cap reserve, and I'm not saying that John is recommending that, but that would bring it right back down below $1 million again.
Yeah.
You know, and that worries me. I wanted to say about the tech fund, I just called it a technology fund, but I'm very familiar with the building fund because we've gone to it a lot. But one thing that's been stressed to me by our lawyers over and over again is you have to make sure you use the fund for what it's created for. And I was here when we created the technology fund, but I'd want to go back to the original warrant article to see how it's written, because I think it was written for emergency tech requests, for example. I want to find the language. So my point is that it would technically probably not, I mean, everything depends on what the lawyer would let you do, but I don't feel comfortable saying you could not buy tech stuff because we're going to use the tech fund, because I don't think that meets the intent of the fund when we put it together. So we would just want to be careful on the tech piece. So.
And so, if I'm hearing you correctly, we've typically sent $1 million back, or we've prepared our budgets with the idea that if we have $1 million, like that goes back first, and then we fund our different funds after that. We could, if we wanted to keep the CIP stuff in the budget, we could say anything that we have for excess funds goes back to taxpayers instead of putting extra money in some of those funds.
If we don't say anything about funding the special ed, and if we don't say anything about, if you don't have a warrant article funding cap reserve fund, that's all you got to do, because that means everything goes back.
I think this community is going to, obviously the next 3, 4, 5 years are going to be high tax impacts. As you can see, our school administrators have gone through where we are with enrollments. We don't have those long-term projected enrollments for those projects that are being built. I know the idea of reconfiguration of the elementary schools has been brought up. At some point, we're going to get to the point where we've shaved off with class sizes that that will be something that has to be on the table to be discussed at some point. And at some point, I don't know if this board wants to have the district start moving to see what that would look like, what would be the cost outs. Would there be savings with transportation? Is it possible? We're looking ahead. I think at some point, we're not going to be able to reduce a teacher at Mount Lab. We're not going to be able to reduce a teacher there, Maybe that smaller class that went up to 5th grade can filter down, but we're getting to the point where the team's done such a great job looking at that. There's not much more to be able to cut.
And Tim, I went and pulled out the project list from last year.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if we actually cut stuff off it, but the difference between this project list and the one that we currently have is some of these were in fact CIP things. We just don't have it designated as that on our list from last year.
I think that's correct.
And do you remember, did we fund all of those during our budget? I felt like we
I can look what we
did.
got.
It says 510,500.
I guess.
And 11/30/23, I wrote down, reduce 2 Hanover Street teachers, no classroom, no cabinets, no cameras at the middle school, reduced guidance, reduced digital learning specialists, reduced SEL curriculum. So as far as projects,
We
on
took the one
11:30.
classroom out.
And we put it, yeah,
Yeah.
it was covered in the project.
Yeah, like my notes are detailed. Art room, architect plans out, tree planting out, vape sensors out.
And none of those came back in?
No.
No,
Okay.
we don't have vape sensors. We don't have trees.
You have something to say?
So do you,
Go ahead. It's up to you.
so we can either make a motion if we love this budget. We can also task the admin to do something. We can also just leave it and let us sort of settle with it. I mean, I don't, what's sort of the wish and the will of the board?
That's what I was just thinking of what the options were.
I haven't, yeah, I don't,
I would just like one caveat to that. Bill brought it up way back in the SAU budget, and I said, I saw it last night, like, I guess I'm advocating for at least sitting on it, because I want to make sure that I didn't miss something on the tech salary thing. And if you approve a budget and I haven't checked that out yet, that could be sad. But, not that I want you to delay things, but I'd rather do it right than, you know.
Well, and I think there's SAU salaries to adjust
True,
as well, so
yeah.
at the very least, we are not going to vote today to accept anything because we know that there are changes that need to happen. But that doesn't mean that then, once those changes are made, we would vote to do it. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that's sort of where do the rest of you all stand? We've heard from several people. What about the rest of you?
I think there's merit to Wendy's idea of identifying where the cuts would come from first if cuts had to be made. Like, for example, I would love to know what the default budget actually, if we have to go with the default budget, I want to know what we have to cut to do that. I'd like to be able to explain to anybody who asks, what does the default budget mean? What does it mean if the budget fails and we go down to the default budget?
and that's
Does
what
that
I'm
mean,
thinking.
does that mean layoffs? Does that mean no capital expenditures on things that really need repairs?
Yeah, I
What
mean,
does,
that's a
like-
good.
So, yeah, I mean, in the default conversation, so it's last year's budget minus one-time expenses. So everything, last year's budget included a bunch of projects. Those come out, all these projects don't go in. Tech is not in there. So basically, there wouldn't be staff layoffs. Raises that are already agreed to are in there, so support staff, all those people get their raises. Teachers get a raise if that warrant article passes anyway. But there are no tech purchases, there are no
But
cap.
we
I mean,
would-
we're given a number, so you can do whatever you could do within that number. But the point is, when I put it together, it's last year's number, which is, so there's no staffing, there's no behavior, any of the ads aren't in there.
The paras are, though, right, to meet the
The paras are in there because that's a special ed
obligation of
need.
the
The new
IEP.
paras, the 3 paras.
But I think his point is, I understand what you're saying about this is how we get this number, right?
Right.
Well,
But
how would we actually,
what would we do
Yeah,
if
what
we
is our
actually had
plan?
that
What,
number?
what
Right.
if the budget fails?
Right. What is the plan?
What does that mean for the community? And I'd like a narrative that I can share.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if 732 would be cutting out every single project, right, that's on this list, and that would be the major cut, probably, but then, yes, it would have to be.
But I think that that's the discussion to have, right?
Like,
Like,
would-
so,
would we
No,
have to
I
send
agree.
fewer
I
kids
like
to
the way you're thinking.
HACTC?
like, is our thinking that this is our absolute first? Like, are we in agreement that nothing gets done for projects? Or are there some essential projects so that we would need to look at other places for that money?
To reach the default.
Right.
Rejected. So I guess at that,
oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, so,
What do we move things around, basically?
right.
Yeah.
so it would be helpful to, I guess, have the final information on what we can and cannot do with that tech fund before we make some of these decisions. And then, the exact balance of the capital reserve fund and what we could maybe do through there if the 732 went away. And then
to me, that kind of brings clarity to what's necessary and what's not, because if you're going into a savings account to do it, to me, that's something that's pretty necessary, whereas other stuff is something you'd like to have, but you don't necessarily need to have.
So you're saying you would follow, like, pull everything out. If we felt like we needed to fund something, we would do that through capital reserve.
In light of the default budget, right. I mean, I think it's in conjunction, I mean, I like Richard's way of thinking, so if we have to go back to the default budget, to kind of go back and prioritize what is important to us and find and know the different sources of how we could fund it.
But I think that what Tim is saying is that the default just essentially sets an amount. Even though we've taken stuff out of it to get to that amount, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're locked into not adding those things.
And Richard is saying, that's the amount, how would you get there?
Yep, right.
Kind of in
Exactly.
real theoretical life.
If we were down to that number, what do we cut
Right.
to keep it under there and still do the best we can by our students?
So I don't know if
And what do we sacrifice?
Right. So,
So that we can say what we're sacrificing. Sorry, yeah.
right. So I don't know if in my mind yet, I'm like, that means all of the projects.
No, I didn't say that's in mine either, but I think we need to, I don't feel like I have enough information right now
Right.
about alternate funding sources for some of the projects
Right.
to say whether or not we should put them in the budget and make it a taxpayer burden for this year,
Yeah.
or go and find some savings based on stuff, our rainy day funds that the taxpayers have generously given us over the years to do some of this stuff.
I think also another is to know more, in more detail, and you were working towards that earlier, talking about what is left from the building projects, the contingency fund. So we, again, these are our pockets of money, so adding to what MJ said of these pockets.
And because the one project at Hanover Street School, that could be done if we didn't want to do the front, I would assume that for the same reason last year, we took that classroom out, that we should be able to renovate a classroom with that money.
Yeah. The rainy day fund, like I tried to present on that, on this cover sheet, I have a highlighted spot right here. Like really, I think the cleanest way to handle the rainy day fund is like, hey, we wanted $200,000 out of the 2.5% rainy day fund. The way to do that is leave it in the budget and indicate that we're gonna bring $200,000 from that in here as revenue. So that's, I wouldn't take it out of the budget per se, is put another revenue stream in, if that makes sense. I just got new trust fund balances on Friday, so when I provide information, I'll provide you, instead of June 30th, I'll provide you through October.
I like what Richard said because it's showing our transparency with everything that we've been doing.
We have a special ed reserve fund that, as you remember this time last year, what we ended up doing is take $250,000 out of the budget, and if we, for the year and now, if we need it, we'll take it out of the special ed reserve fund. The jury's still out on whether we actually gonna need to do that. But that's another option, is that you handle some of the special ed costs.
Is that a warrant article though, the special? Or was that-
Because you're agents to expend, I had a long discussion with DRA last year, because you guys are agents to expend, you don't have to have a warrant article, but it can't be in the budget either, you act to do it with a public hearing.
That's right, okay, I forgot how we handled that.
And the leftover from the construction project has to be used for the construction project. It can't go into the capital reserve if we chose not
Correct.
to.
And it has to be used, finding out something new all the time, it has to be used by July 15th, which is the date of when we got the bond, the anniversary of it, so.
I guess we're gonna start that classroom renovation quick.
Well,
So
and
what happens if you don't use it?
Yeah.
there's a whole, I asked him that question, there's a whole mechanism that you have to give the money back to the lenders somehow. I hope we don't have to do that, but it actually gets used by, what we're actually doing, because we don't have a set amount that grows based on or shrinks. So what we're actually doing is paying, you can do bond principal without any sort of warrant article. So we So the $600,000 we use for the special ed classrooms, we're using bond money in the general fund to pay for that, and we're paying the bond, the same number of bond from that, we're basically switching money around, if that makes sense. But that's how we have to do it.
I also want to just say thank you to the administrators and whomever was involved in putting this binder together. It's, I've been on the board for a long time. It's the best binder I've had so far, so I appreciate the efforts. The information, it's clear. The notes in the different sections are extremely helpful. So I appreciate the effort. I know it's a lot.
We didn't get as digital as I want to this year, just so you know. I keep selling a much more digital, sort of even better thing, but I wasn't able to get to it. So hopefully we'll evolve into something that's even clearer and there's charts and graphs and stuff.
All through the online web portal next year.
Yeah. Okay. So it looks like we've given you a whole bunch of homework. He left.
I'll take the notes. Can you clarify all the things that we're looking for?
Okay. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm ready.
He's written down a bunch of them.
All right.
That's all right.
I got it.
Just out. Yeah, so actually, why don't you read back the stuff that you've written down so that we...
Sure. I needed the funding on the wording on the tech fund. I need up-to-date balances on the cap reserve fund. And then we want some sort of hypothetical plan on how we would meet the default. I'm double checking the tech numbers in the budget. That's mostly for me. Because that's the one thing I'm concerned about. That's all I got, so what else?
I think our sheets will be updated. I like the term return on investment. So like what are our budget sheets for each school? Like what's the highlights on there? So
Yeah. Update that stuff, right?
Yeah.
and then I think we said also talk about the what's left from the building funds.
What's left?
Yeah, just a better sense of that.
Are we able to do I don't know when we'll be meeting again to discuss this.
December 11th.
December 11th. Are we able to have a version of this, maybe of just the high level, that incorporates what the budget would look like if it included possible, like the possible outcomes of the LEA?
Yeah. I mean,
like,
Can
we'll
we, if
know
it's
that it's not, we'll
not
know that it
ratified?
isn't a, like,
yeah,
certainty, but.
I have numbers. I don't want to present numbers now because it's not been ratified, but
I don't think it'll be ratified until that meeting, correct?
true.
So, but I think to have that, I think
If you
to
have
get what
those
she's
sheets
getting at,
ready,
if you
then
bring
you can
the
hand us.
number, right, if it's ratified at that meeting,
Okay.
and you have the total dollar amount, we can add that into
Yeah, I think
spend.
it's hard to sort of, I feel like we're trying to like have a bunch of theoretical conversations in addition to like the real conversation, and I feel
I'll
like
have that. I already have it.
I don't know if, is it appropriate at that point to?
Once
ratify it.
all parties have ratified it, then yes, it becomes
And
public
we're ratifying
information.
it if they're
And
done,
we would be-
in
and
theory.
they would be already done, and we
In
would be
theory.
ratifying
In
it.
theory, the
in
hope
that.
is, but it may not, but
Right, of
Right.
course, but if it did, then
Then we
we
could-
then we would
it
have
had
that
to
number
be
that night as part of
public.
our discussion.
Yeah.
And so, could we do the meeting such that that portion came
Yeah,
early enough in the
Sure.
meeting so that we could then have the
Yeah.
full?
yeah, I mean, we haven't right off the bat, so we have the
Kebab.
numbers. Yeah, that's easy enough.
And is there a way for the board to see that information prior to that meeting?
You've already, well,
We saw it.
No, but all together, like the whole.
I don't know
I don't think so.
I don't know if I'd be able, unless you came and picked it up under
Yeah.
confidential cover.
Yeah.
Yeah. One other thing, Tim, to add is the SAU salary numbers. If there's been any changes to those, you can talk to Amy about that.
Yep.
Um,
Because there was something else I was going to
So if we've asked them to do all of these things, which is great, this is helpful, it's a lot more information, then where do we want to go from here? The next board meeting is a regular old board meeting, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, we are not talking about the handbooks. When are we talking about the handbooks in EC?
I think it's December 16th, right?
Okay, so it's after that meeting, so it wouldn't be talking about them at that meeting, so that's good, I just want to make sure.
Typically, that's what happens. If we don't approve the budget like today,
Yeah.
it would be taken up at the next meeting.
That's fine, I just want to make sure, I just didn't want to make it like the most crowded meeting in the universe, which is good, because handbooks will not be happening in that meeting, so that was what I was clarifying. It will be crowded anyway, but we're going to try and minimize. So then at that meeting, then we all need to come ready to talk. I mean, we're going to think about if we were having, I think Richard's thought exercise is actually a really useful exercise to think about if we had to go with the default, what would it be? And maybe that's a good exercise for the rest of us to think about as well. They're going to be doing it from their perspective. If we had to go with the default from our perspective, what would that look like for us? Because I think we're going to talk about those things together, but
Can we have that information ahead of time? Like what, I would love to see what those numbers or what that thought, it would be hard for me to make a decision.
Not knowing.
Not having some sense of that at that meeting, prior to, I don't, like the Friday before the meeting or something like that.
What numbers?
the numbers we're just asking, like the tech
Like
number,
the-
the capital reserve numbers, the.
Or what the proposed, like, if we went to the default.
Well,
The default number is in
that's what I was
January
asking.
today.
Yeah, we already got the
Yeah,
default.
I can.
December
it won't take-
6th?
It won't take that long to get the,
Yeah,
get it off next week, but other than that, I can get the
But I thought what
CRF
Richard was
next
asking
week.
is like having some sense of what would be cut or how it would be adjusted.
right, but we can't, I mean, it's gonna take time for them to come up with that, right? Like, that's gonna require all of them to meet with all of their buildings and all of their things to come up with a plan. So we can, I guess.
So we're not gonna see that until,
Well, wouldn't the numbers be in the packet, the board packet? I mean, Tim's
Yeah.
numbers, Tim's homework numbers could be in the board packet that we get, and then you would see.
And the
them
plan
ahead.
could be in the board packet as well, there's vacation in between, so we just have to keep in mind. I think part of it is, yes, having all the numbers is gonna be essential, but I think the sort of high level things that we've been talking about is, how comfortable is this board with cutting X? How comfortable is this board with cutting Y? I mean, that's something that we have to decide ourselves, right? So that's what I'm sort of saying. There's going to be a bunch of detail that goes along with this, but if we're talking about cutting CIP things, if we're talking about cutting projects in general, if we're talking about cutting, are we comfortable with cutting staff? I'm not saying that we are. I'm not saying that I am. I'm not saying that's what anybody is planning. I am suggesting there are big areas that we know we have to determine our comfort level with addressing those big areas.
So you're talking sort of in the event that we get the default budget.
Right.
I mean, I think, I don't know, I'm a little hesitant to make people go through this full exercise until we know, right? Like, why make people go through that effort? I mean, there is the fact of what do we tell the public of like, hey, if you don't vote for this budget, what does that actually mean? Having some grand narrative of like, there's gonna be no sort of capital improvement projects. I think that's useful, but I don't, again, want people to spend hours on something at this point that's a hypothetical.
I agree, and I guess I think I'm a little, I think we haven't, like, we certainly didn't do this conversation in this way last year, like, when we were going through this process. We didn't sort of go back and say, like, come up with a detailed plan for how you would meet the default budget. We haven't, like, I think
Yeah,
it's
so
more.
this is a new idea.
Yeah, and I'm having some concern about that as the approach, rather than saying, let's get to the point where we feel good about what a lot of people have put a lot of work into proposing. I mean, I think so I'm not loving the amount of energy that we're proposing spending on that versus getting to the point of saying, yeah, we as a board think this is a good budget and we're gonna advocate for it. because I think that for all the fact that there are people in this community who are very upset about taxes and very upset about what's happening in the city, I think there are a lot of other people who are very prepared to say, if this is what it takes to live in the community that I know and love, that is what I want to be supportive of. And I think they tend to be less aggressive in their verbal participation in meetings, but they tend to pay their taxes on time. And there's an awful lot of people who do that. And so I guess I'm a little bit, I'm not loving the fact that we're sort of approaching this saying, let's make everybody redo their work planning for failure. I'm a little bit like, if we fail, we fail. Like, if we fail, we'll have to figure it out. I think that's sort of been the approach in the past. And I think that, I'm not saying don't, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. I get it. But I think we should be trusting a bit more in all the work that has gone into this. These are pretty conservative things that we've got in here. Like, everybody's cut in the places that they can figure out to cut. The work that we're talking about doing, I think, the work that we're talking about doing is almost all pretty basic maintenance. There are some exceptions, but very few. So I'm conscious of that, and I think the other piece that I wanted to say is that I was hoping that this year, similar to last year, we had, Tim, you had your like little spreadsheet up, and we were able to look at, and I know you gave us the sheet, but I can't math that well in my brain. I really appreciated the opportunity last year to look through and say, like, okay, here's what we did. We went through an exercise of saying, all right, on a $300,000 house, a $600,000 house, and $1 million house in Lebanon, here's what the default budget would cost for each of those things. Here's what our proposed budget would cost. The spread between those things was very small. And I think that I would prefer that we spend some of our time articulating that line of communication, where we say, we understand that this is rough, that generally speaking things are rough, but at the same time, what we are proposing is quite conservative, and this is what it actually means. This is what you're deciding between. Like, I think it was like $40 last year that we were making decisions on. And so I'd love to have that number in front of me, because I just can't math that fast.
So I think, though, to your point, I think that this year is very different than last year, and I think that we need to do a little more due diligence, because last year was unique in that we didn't have an outstanding CBA that needed to be voted on separately. So when we looked at the budget, it was the total spend that we were looking at, and so we could make those decisions. This year, we know that there's going to be a significant other number that is not
Totally
in the
agree.
budget right now.
Totally
But
agree.
I, as a taxpayer, I, as a board member, need to look at our total spend as a district. And I also want to make sure that our teachers are supported by the community with what we think is a fair negotiated rate, and that they are very deserving of. And my fear is if we go in not thinking of the total spend, they're gonna either put us at the default budget and support the teachers, or they'll support our budget and then they won't support the teachers, because the two are separate line items this year on the warrant article. So I do think that this discussion can't happen the same way that it happened last year. I think that we need to have more information about ways we can kind of get to the total number overall, because the numbers are going to be glaringly separate this year, unlike last year when they were all married together.
I actually completely agree, in the sense that I feel like more looking at those things and making sure that we are seeing actual numbers feels incredibly important to me. I'm glad that at the next meeting, it sounds like we'll be able to do that a little bit better. I think that's good. So I don't disagree.
I also think, I agree that this community historically is very supportive and has been very supportive, and pays their taxes and, supports the schools. I think also we have to think about one thing that often our community doesn't do as much as we would like is vote. Our voting numbers are very, very low. And so sometimes we're talking to the 2,000 people who vote. And I think it's important for us to be have as much information as we can in making these decisions. And I think, as MJ pointed out, I think we are in a position where it would be irresponsible to assume that there's not going to be the possibilities of a default or not a teacher contract passing, one of those things, or both. And I don't think it's irresponsible to say what would happen in those instances. So this is why.
I don't think it's irresponsible, but I think that it would be, I think there has to be both. We need to be careful that we're doing both things. Like this board and the administrators and all the teams have put a lot of work into this budget. And so I think if we message too heavily on, here's what happens if we don't do this, and we don't at the same time talk about be able to be supportive of the budget that we're putting forward, I think we have to be careful about that.
And I don't think anyone's saying that this budget hasn't been carefully considered and that the work has not been large and appreciated, which I absolutely think it has. I think it is a question of additional information. That's all that I think it is. And again, when we're talking about messaging, it's not like we're putting out a flyer. I mean, we're talking about having information for conversations that we're going to have, or having information that we include in our deliberative session in whatever that information might be. So I don't think that it is, we're not hitting a hammer and saying, hey, this is the only thing we're talking about. We're just trying to have more information.
I wonder too, I mean, we're making some assumption that this entire board feels comfortable what's currently in here.
But I think that's my concern, is if we're not there, I'm not, I think that's the part, if we're gonna go forward without actually, if that's not where we are, I think we're not ready to talk. I think the goal, generally speaking, is to get to the point where what we put forward, the board is comfortable with, a majority of the board. If we aren't there, I'm not sure why we're.
Then we get more information. That's what I mean.
Well, I think that's the question, right? And that might be the question of the day. Is there any amount, any line item? Is there something about this budget, the way that it's presented this morning, that people are uncomfortable with? Because if we're saying we know all this stuff is true, but we have some sense of what that teacher piece is going to be, right? So we have some sense of what's going to be added to this. So are we all there, or are we feeling like there needs to be some adjustment to this, even with that information?
I think that would be very helpful for our end, as I know Tim's working on this now. Thanksgiving, obviously, is next week. Following week, just a reminder, we're in strategic plan mode too. So 2 of our district days are up with the schools and our strategic plan visitors. We will do our best to get everything you need, but if there's things that collectively or people aren't comfortable, it would certainly be helpful if we had that information today.
Okay.
Tim, just a random question on where we are in terms of the actuals versus the budget for 2025 for diesel fuel for transportation to HACTC. It's budgeted for $875,000, and I'm just curious if we're on track to spend that much.
That's fuel. That has to be something else. That's a huge
The
bill.
line item
across the river.
the line item is diesel fuel voc transportation.
High school?
Yeah, it's page 19.
Maybe that's where we're lost.
Maybe.
I mean, previous
Sounds
years.
like our tuition. I'm in the wrong business. Sounds like our tuition to HACTC.
2024's actual expenditure on that line was $776,000.
So it is high. I mean, it is a big.
We actually spend, from what I'm looking at, we spend more on getting the kids to HACTC than we spend on the tuition there.
Good
Which is
point.
wild to me. But I know gas costs a lot. Jesus.
Do you have the sheet that you're looking at?
Page?
It's page 19
In the SAU?
in the, no, in the LHS.
LHS. LHS. Page 19.
Speaking of line items that cost a lot of money.
No, that is, it's confusing, but that's the total function for 1,300. The line above it says 0000000.
Oh, so there's no gas.
We haven't journal entered the cost of the fuel from here to Hartford and back. It just didn't seem to be worth the time.
Thank goodness I
But
was
the number
reading
of-
that. I appreciate being wrong. I've never been so grateful to be wrong.
I
I'm like,
wouldn't say you're
Jesus.
wrong. The report is great for the notes, but I find it kind of confusing with these total, these
I was
functional.
ready to get an electric bus.
Right? That's what I was like.
I'm like, Tim, we're getting electric buses.
At that point, maybe it's worth it, you know?
100%.
Jesus. I knew gas was expensive, but holy hell.
I'm trying to work on the default number, and I gotta start all over again.
So
Sorry.
glad.
Okay,
So
good.
glad to be
So
wrong.
that's good clarification. Thank you.
Yeah.
If we were, is John still here? I know.
Yeah,
We're done. So if we were to reduce the projects by 500,000, what would you keep and what would you get rid of? I know they're all important, but I'm just
They're all
asking for a
important.
little exercise.
So you're saying like
So
500,000 total, take out?
take
what
out
would it be?
500,000, yep.
No pressure.
Yeah, on the
Just do it
spot.
right now.
It's at the back of the napkin right now. Yeah.
Welcome to your first budget.
We really need heat boosters for the cafeteria. I would definitely have to spend some time. I mean, cosmetic things, right, can wait. I mean, there's also a lot of the projects in the CIP that are on for this year I inherited and are very important, and a lot of the things I added are very important. But, and they all should get done, but not all of them need to happen this year. And so, you know, if, I would say rather than cutting 500,000, I would say I would push certain large-scale
Yep.
projects, because I think they should all get done. With that said, I think it's important that we actually do them instead of kicking them endlessly, because it's easy to do.
Dude, that was really good. That was very governmental of you. We're not gonna cut it, we're gonna push it. I like that. We're gonna keep.
But I would not advocate for that. It's hard for me
Is
to
that
say.
something that maybe he could come
Yeah.
back, like, to look at?
Give him some time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good question, but, I mean, I think just, you know, it's easy to say, no renovations, no SAU stuff.
Well, I mean,
you know.
I mean-
and my assumption is that
Heating
it could be a
valves, sorry.
combination, right? Like, if we said we wanted to pull out the classroom renovation, do it, instead of doing the front entrance, you do that with that money. If we wanted to use 250,000 from the capital reserve fund, we could do you know, like, I think there's creative ways to increase revenue, decrease expense. I just didn't know if, off the top of your head, you saw things like, yeah, this could, like, bigger ticket things, right? The 10,
I mean, I wouldn't want him to have to answer off the top of his head either. I mean, I think I'd want him to have to, like, thoughtfully.
I mean, this feels like a
Think
kill your
about it.
darlings kind of situation.
Yeah.
And I don't want to make him do that too quickly.
Sorry, Mount Leb, you're not getting that carpet.
Right, that feels like we're,
Like the asbestos tiles, those need to be
right.
replaced.
Yeah.
Let's keep the asbestos.
Right.
All right.
And I guess the total budget, just quickly adding up the budgeted projects line items, including the SAU one, so it comes out to about 708,000. So 500,000 is the vast majority of
Right.
that. So I guess the question would more be, what are the absolute must-haves this year?
and is that significant? Like, is it significant enough to play around with it? Like, I mean, that's the exercise, right? Like, if what I'm hearing people say, like, our first place to remove things is going to be your project list. You know, like, is the impact of that, because I mean, there's only a few of these things that are 90,000 or above. So you'd have to take a lot of things off.
Yeah.
In order to get to that, and, you know, you can already see and feel the resistance to that, right?
Where does that magic number come from, though? Like, where do we say, like, that $500,000, cutting that?
I'm just simply,
Yeah.
like,
I guess,
a thought exercise.
I know, but I think we do that, it feels like, and it feels like it's a a knee-jerk reaction to say, like, what would it be if we cut $500,000 from the budget? And I think it's important to draw that back to what would that actually do to people's taxes? How much would that actually improve people's property taxes to cut $500,000 from the budget versus you have to hold that against the impact of continuously pushing off important maintenance? Because really, partly what you're doing is just saying that future taxpayers are going to have to pay those things, and future taxpayers are going to have to shoulder higher costs, and future taxpayers are going to have to do this. These are not improvements, these are maintenance items. And so I think that we got to be really careful about saying that there is some magic number where if we cut it, if it's really not that, if it makes something of an impact but not a huge one on people's property taxes versus the impact of continuously going to our maintenance projects for cuts has an impact on what those of us who have young kids will be paying in the district. So I think that it's an important thing to weigh against.
Well, I hear you, but I'm not sure that I'm convinced that a classroom renovation is an immediate maintenance project. I think it's an improvement project, but would student learning be impacted if I didn't do the classroom renovation this year? I guess that's the question that I would ask.
Frankly, I think it is. Having seen some of the classrooms and the kind of shape that they're in and the amount of visual clutter that goes into them, yeah, they're really outdated, and they are actually impacting the ability of teachers to go through their day. So I gotta say, like, I think let's if we want to have conversations about making a genuine impact on our taxes, we got to stop going for the easy thing that doesn't actually.
Yeah, but I think that if we're uncomfortable with this conversation, we're not going to be any more comfortable with any. So I mean, part of my exercise, right, like, was to see if we started throwing out numbers, what would we do, right? And it seems like the general reaction is like, wow, we can't, like, it's impactful, right? So, like, if we can't look at our project list and think that we could cut $500,000 from it, then our next layer is what? Athletics, co-curriculars, teachers, paras,
But our next layer is also to say we may actually believe that this is the best budget for our community.
So is that what we're saying? I think is part of the.
Yeah.
I mean. Thanks for playing.
Tim, I don't suppose buses are technology. I don't suppose buses are technology.
We wish. They're not.
They are very high tech these days.
Do they become technology if they're electric?
Self-driving?
I don't want
Self-driving buses. We haven't had enough time with the bus driver. No.
So I have the default number. I think the screen was on earlier. I have the default number worked out that we can maybe talk about next time if you want.
Okay.
It's
Tim,
roughly
like
$1
any
million
of the
last,
ADA
right?
stuff like that, I mean, it's $10,000, would that be in the default, because it's to make our library ADA compliant, or is, that's not a necessary
I
thing?
didn't include it in the default, but I guess you could make that case. I mean, so I said it's drafts, and we can debate. Tim, you should have put something else in there. I tried to put.
No, I just didn't know if that was like a necessary thing to be ADA compliant. Just-
I mean, it all comes out in, like, if something happens, you end up in court, and the argument would be like, if it's so important in the default, how come it wasn't in last year's default and the year before default? You know what I mean? It's like.
Okay. So where are we?
I think giving you some information on what the current balance of the cap reserve fund will help, because maybe you want to spend a couple grand out of that or something.
Yeah.
And do want to say we have to pay for the boiler for the SAU somehow,
I don't know if we've heard from everyone, are they comfortable with what we presented? Is there things that people aren't comfortable with?
That's a good question.
I'm comfortable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's good.
I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable, and I'm also comfortable if all of our capital improvement projects came out.
Kevin?
2 thumbs up.
Jessica? Okay.
I'm pretty comfortable with it. I think a lot of people smarter than me have put a lot of work into this, and I'm not sure how I could improve it.
Okay.
I'm very comfortable with it.
MJ?
I'm comfortable with what was been presented, and I believe that it's all justifiable, but I also believe that there's probably opportunity for some savings.
Yeah, That's
I mean,
That's what I think.
I think probably all of us.
That's what I think.
Well, right, I mean,
To that
I
end,
agree with everything
yeah.
you presented. I don't think anyone's asked for anything over
Do we
and above
really
the
need to
top.
refinish that?
And read it right.
Are we going to wait a year to refinish the floor of the gym or whatever? Like that, that's
So,
gonna-
I mean, I guess I don't really understand the question then, because I believe everyone's done a great job, and I'm comfortable. I don't think anything's inflated that was put in there, but I do think that there's opportunity.
Is there anything besides the projects? I know that seems to be an area that we'll look at. We'll go back. Is there anything in the other budgets, the school budget, the SAU budget, that you're like,
Well, I guess I'd like a little more information on buses. I mean, I know we have a bus, but we also had, we've done a few buses in the past couple of years, so it would be nice to just have, for me, a total, like, we have
the ages of
8
them?
buses, right, the ages of the buses, so I can just have a visual and then say, yep, Tim's right, these
got it.
buses all need to be
We've
replaced.
done 15 buses since I've been here because we replaced our whole fleet. But do you want the whole fleet or the ones I want to replace?
The whole
No,
fleet?
the whole
Give us
fleet.
the whole fleet.
Whole fleet.
Which I thought we had that once
In the past, yeah.
Just to reconstruct it.
I think for me, the deep dives that I've done in different parts of this budget, I think that the places where I have a sense that there is wiggle room require bigger conversations that we're not going to have between now and March. And so I think, those are conversations to have about sort of like as we go through the next year or our strategic planning cycle, I think that there's like related to our elementary schools, how they're structured, cost savings, as staff turns out, I think there's places to have conversation, but probably not in this particular budget.
Are there cost savings to be found by getting the albatross that is the SAU building up
Right.
around our neck?
Right, and we can't
I
answer
think
that
those are
question
all-
yet.
Right,
Yeah.
like those are all,
Speaking to the SAU, I'm happy we're starting to go down the direction of seeing what options we have, so that at least there's progress there.
Yeah.
Thank
Very
you again,
true.
Richard. That's very helpful. Okay, so then the answer to that question is, there's not a lot of it.
Okay, perfect. That gives us a direction.
Okay, so where we stand now is, we have a big list of additional information that we want. We know we have revisions of the budget that has to happen based on additional information that's been added. We want to know various fund balances and the restrictions thereof. We generally agree that we support what's here without giant cuts, although there can always be, I think, ways to economize. And we're willing to defend whatever it is that we have here and/or defend cuts if we decide them. But I think that if we have that information, and I guess that's my question to you, if we have that information in the board packet before the meeting, so that means you'd probably get it on the Friday before the meeting, would that be sufficient time to be able to conclude this conversation on December 13th? Yes? Yes. Okay, great. We need a second public comment period. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment? No. Is there anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, great.
We've outlasted them all.
Always do. All right. We are not taking action yet on the budget. Future agenda items, there are none. Board member questions, recommendations, none. Okay. Our next school board meeting is December 11th, not 13th, December 11th at 6:30 p.m. here. And our deliberative session is on Saturday, February 1st, with a snow date of Monday, February 3rd. There is no other business. Can I get a motion?
I'll have a motion to adjourn.
Okay, motion to adjourn by MJ, second by Mary. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Appreciate